Rats, the plague bearers of our time. The common giant rat can be found anywhere, and because of that, killing one is the first milestone of any would-be adventurer. Indeed, they say one is not truly an adventurer before one has killed a rat. Many possible adventurers have ended up in the belly of a rat because they were not prepared. You know that is not your fate. You are prepared. Prepared to slay your first rat and become an adventurer. This has been your dream for your entire life, and after 2 days of travel you have walked further from home than ever before. Your legs are sore, and then you see it, an inn. You have reached Untitled Land, and your first action there will be to wash away the dusts of travel from your throat and the dust of your past from your mind. In Untitled Land, you can finally start your journey to fulfill your destiny. You read the sign, the Belching Patron. You read the sign, too many vacancies. Ahead of you lies the open air of Untitled Land. The birds chirp in the distance, and sunlight of a new day beckons you to explore. But you mustn't leave yet. You've yet to find out if you can get a quest in the inn. Therefore, you should be going back to the inn and talk to everyone. No thanks, I'd rather look for quests outside. Yes, but the quest inside is very important. You do not want to miss on the experience of helping people. Can't you just imagine the warm and fuzzy feeling you'll get? Fuzzy schmuzzy, I'll find better paying jobs elsewhere. But, aha! Your party feels that they should stay at the inn and find a quest so that they'll become famous. No, they don't. I decide what they want to do, not you. Come on. It's just one lousy quest. It's not like it will take you forever to complete it. Pretty please just go finish it inside. No deal. Now I must get going. Oh no, you won't, because suddenly a huge wall of dirt rises up from the dirt and blocks your passage. The wall is unclimbable and rather smelly. You cannot leave. How the wall got there, you might ask. The Vanatai did it. You step inside the Belching Patron. This fine establishment is just one of the many inns along the Empire highways. The inns are temporary houses for travelers, oases for the tired. The food and drinks the inn provide are the nourishment travelers need to continue their journeys. And apparently in some cases the food and drinks make the travelers remain at the inn, passed out in their own puke. Now that certainly does not pass the Empire's health regulations. At any rate, this inn is the perfect place for you to start your quest for a quest. The patrons of the inn range from the rich to the very poor. Someone is bound to have a quest for you. The corner table is held by two citizens, a man and a woman of the higher class. They both wear high-quality clothes, laden with silks and other fine material unknown to you. The woman in particular wears plenty of jewelry. The man has his back turned to you, so you try to tap his shoulder to get his attention. Before you have the chance, however, the woman points her finger at you and shrieks in an ear-shattering way.
Ooh, look honey, the commoners have stopped to inspect us. Isn't this exciting?
The man raises his hand.
Now, dear, don't get them too worked up. They might beg for scraps. It's just best to ignore them so that they'll go away.
Might I have word with you, my good man? The woman is thrilled.
Honey, they're trying to communicate with you.
The man nods his head.
Such is to be expected. They often try to catch a glimpse of a better life. But I remain firm. We must not give them any notice. It is best that our kind would not let them meddle in our affairs. You remember what happened to Maynard when he involved himself with that rabble?
The woman nods her head glumly. I was talking to you, you bloated bastard. The woman looks shocked.
Honey, why did it do that?
The man swallows the food in his mouth.
That's just typical behavior from their type. Just ignore them and they'll go away.
It doesn't look like you have much to do at this table, so you wander off. The situation around this table is grim. One of the customers has already passed out and is lying on the floor. The man, who you are talking to, and the woman are regarding each other with deep suspicion and open hostility. They are clutching tightly to their drinks as if the other one might steal it. And the fourth man, well, he looks like he's having the time of his life. He glances eagerly from one of his companions to the other. He looks like an excited puppy dog. Is that man lying on the floor okay? The man simply stares at you in contempt and blurts out something incomprehensible. Pardon?
Grumble.
Something tells you this man does not wish to speak to you. I have another question. Jack is silent. Do you know of any suitable quests?
Oomph.
Sharon stares at you icily. Say, is there some kind of problem at this table? The woman simply gives you a long, hard, penetrating gaze that makes you want to fall off the face of the world. By chance, do you know of any quests? Dead silence. That's all for now. Thanks. Victor waves his hand at you.
Please speak quickly. This is developing nicely.
What's wrong with your friends?
Oh, it's a very long and interesting story. You see, a mere year ago there were 7 of us. Jack and Sharon, there are siblings, and they also have a brother named Paul. Their family name's Brooks. The remaining 4 were Catherine, Gloria, and Brad Foster, who are also siblings, and then, of course, there's me. Now the Brooks are honest, hardworking, but poor people. Now the Fosters, they are a relatively wealthy upper-class merchant family. The head of the family wishes his children not to mingle with the lower classes. Despite this, the 7 of us became friends.
What does this have to do with anything? Victor waves his hand irritably.
I'm getting there. You see, we grew up together, and Mr. Foster was fine with that until he started to earn more money. It was then that he decided that his children should have nothing to do with the Brooks.
Victor sighs wistfully.
But we were young and restless. Paul and Gloria had developed a close relationship. When old man Foster found out about their relationship, he exploded. He wanted to send Gloria away and marry her to some rich family or another. Paul, of course, wanted none of it. Meanwhile, Jack and Sharon were starting to get fed up with the more snobby behavior of Catherine and Brad.
Listen. Victor's story goes on and on and on about how Paul and Gloria tried to be together and how the others fought over hurt pride, money, love, and family ties. You listen even more about Mr. Foster. How his business struggled and prevailed several times, how he started drinking and so forth. You listen how more and more people get tied in, how someone dies and doesn't stay dead. You listen about illegitimate children and knives in the back, both metaphorical and actual knives.
So that's how Sharon and Jack fell out with each other. I can't wait to see what happens next.
What exactly is your part in all of this?
Me? I'm just an observer. My life has been so eventless. I recently got married and my wife and I are expecting our first child.
He sighs and adds to himself.
No dramatic plot twists or anything. And of course my job is just so dreadfully boring. After I get home, I immediately check on what's up with the Brooks and Fosters.
What is it that you do? The man extends his hand nonchalantly.
Victor Musk, soap merchant. I manufacture and sell soaps.
Victor sighs sadly but brightens up when he notices the people across the table. I have another question. Have you got any jobs for us adventurers?
Ooh, you're adventurers. Just like the one that seduced Catherine and gave her one night of endless passion? Oh, that caused a lot of troubles afterwards.
You guess that means no. Three peasants are sitting around the table. A bald man, a woman, and the man you decided to talk to, who is a blonde-haired man in his late 20s. He is currently engaged in conversation with the bald man sitting across from him.
I keep telling you, you must have lost it. You know how you keep misplacing things.
The bald man shakes his head.
But I never lose it. I've always been very careful with it, and I know what I saw.
May I ask what you were talking about? The blond man turns to you.
We're talking about my brother's absent-mindedness.
The bald man grumbles something.
You see, he recently misplaced.
The bald man rises from his seat and shouts.
God's damn it. I did not misplace it. A rat stole it.
The other two at the table look away from the bald man in embarrassment. A couple of patrons from the other tables turn to look at the man. He sits down with a sullen look on his face.
I know what I saw.
The conversation then continues on the trail it was on when you first walked to the table. Would either one of you happen to have a suitable quest for adventurers? Both of the men turn to you in confusion.
Quest.
Asks the bald man.
Like, I lost my pants, go fetch them, or my outhouse has been run over by a goblin.
Inquires the blond man. They both look at you like you're a complete idiot.
No, we don't have any quests. We can take care of those kinds of situations ourselves.
That's all for now. Thanks.
Anything else you wanted?
What are those men arguing about? The woman puts down her flagon and points at the bald man.
My husband's brother there has lost the dagger that their father gave him. Now, since he's been known to forget about things, my husband and I both think he simply forgot where he put it. However, he claims that a rat stole it when he woke up this morning.
A rat stole it?
So he claims. The whole idea is laughable, of course. Why would a rat steal a dagger? But he doesn't listen to reason.
The woman sighs. So he's really absent-minded then? The woman nods.
I'd say he's the most absent-minded man in the world. It's not enough that he forgets where he puts things, but just 2 days ago his house caught on fire, and while he was running to get help he forgot why he was running. At this point he had reached Scurftown, so he decides to have a drink at the Jolly Rigme Mold. By the time he's drunk as the mayor, he starts to stumble towards home, only to find its smoldering remains. Not much survived the fire, but among other things the knife did. He claims to have been very careful with it, but who knows where he left it in his drunken, forgetful state of mind.
The woman shakes her head sadly. I have another question. Do you have any quests for me?
Quests? Why, of course not. My suggestion for you is to go and talk to the mayor in Scurftown. He might have a job for you.
The woman looks over your gear.
Then again, maybe not.
The captain of the group of soldiers is a short, stocky man. It's hard to determine his age since most of his face is covered in bushy facial hair. He is laughing with the rest of the soldiers, but he isn't involved in the storytelling. Excuse me, Captain, where are your soldiers stationed in?
We're from the garrison of Scurftown. Finest garrison on the continent, right lads?
An assortment of random muttering is the answer. The captain grins underneath his thick beard.
Well, the garrison may not be top-notch, but we got the best in ever. And I should know. I've been in all sorts of inns. In Izo, Prowgad, and even in Vantanis. I've been in inns all around those continents. And let me tell you, This inn is one of the finest I've ever seen. The ale alone is astonishing. And in the end, that's what really matters. A good place to get drunk.
But surely a soldier wants more than that.
Oh, like what, for example?
What about daring fights against evil forces? The captain shrugs.
Well, the only kind of fights I've experienced were desperate fights against even more desperate people. Nah, soldiers don't go around looking for evil to slay. You're thinking of those other guys. You know, those fellows who roam around free as birds and take quests from other people. Idiots. That's them.
The man takes a swig from his mug and belches loudly. What about the brotherly feeling among comrades in arms? The soldier looks genuinely aghast. He doesn't say a word, but you get the feeling he's never thought of things like that. What about the feeling you get when you know you're doing something for your country? The man considers this.
Sir Legs? I don't know about that. Especially since there aren't any other countries around to threaten our sovereignty. Heh, there's only the Nephilim, and I hardly call those disorganized fleabags a country.
What about the free bed and food?
Well, the food varies from cook to cook, but the standard Empire beds are horrible backbreakers. Sleeping on the floor is actually more comfortable than sleeping on those rock-hard beds.
That's all for now. Thanks. A group of soldiers sits at this long table. These brave men are responsible for the safety and well-being of the Empire citizens. After a long day of hard work, they have decided to come here and have a drink. Their laughter fills up the entire inn. Whatever it is they are talking about, it must be funny. Listen to what they are talking about. One of the soldiers is speaking.
So then I ran like hell. I'm serious here. It was a life-threatening situation. I mean, I had worn the beast
This gets a laugh from the rest.
down all evening, and it was ready to kill me.
Another soldier begins.
Yeah. Reminds me of that time I attacked this really dangerous-looking monster.
The rest found this funny.
I was really tired, and for a moment it looked like I wouldn't make it, but
A third soldier cuts in.
we've heard that story 1,000 times already. I got something fresh. 2 days ago, I was around these parts and saw 2 of those very deadly felines.
The rest go her.
I figured, someone's got to take them both down.
The conversation then breaks into random shouting about something. Quite possibly the soldiers are bragging about their exploits in killing monsters. Join in. Yeah, we once went at it with 10 of the monsters. There were no survivors. All eyes of the table turn to you. The soldiers' mouths are hanging open in horror. You get the feeling you said something really stupid. The captain addresses you.
You killed them? My God, that's ruthless. I'm not sure if it's illegal to kill them in that way, but it should be.
There is a general murmur of agreement from the rest of the soldiers. You quietly back away. The soldiers still find their stories amusing. Do you know of any random jobs for adventurers?
Jobs? You mean like quests? Hell, I don't have any jobs for you, but someone might have something.
What a helpful remark. One of the other soldiers cuts in.
Hey, the mayor might need help. Getting off the bottle, that is.
The soldier's laugh is cut short when he realizes that he just made a crack about an Empire official in the presence of several Empire soldiers. He looks around the table for support. Are you saying the mayor has a drinking problem?
No. Of course not. I was talking about my hometown's Mayoa. My cat. I was talking about my cat whose name is the mayor.
The soldier risks a glance towards his companions. They all seem to have accepted his explanation, and none of them wish to press the subject. The soldier lets out a barely audible
Phew.
The priest of the group of soldiers is not feeling very well. You base this observation on the fact that he is swaying slightly in his seat, mumbling something incomprehensible. There is a puddle of brownish goo on the table in front of him. The priest's eyes are glassy and unfocused. He looks like he might explode if you even touch him, so you decide not to bother him. These two young women are clearly apprentices, perhaps you could call them acolytes, for the high priestess of the group. This one has short, curly red hair and a pale complexion. She looks sad. She is leaning glumly on both her palms and from time to time lets out a mournful sigh. I say, what has caused you to be so glum?
Oh, I just fear that it is impossible.
She sighs and reveals nothing more. What is?
Our mission.
She gestures at the high priestess who is locked in busy conversation with the other acolyte.
We are trying to find the pocket of the pants, but I fear that we will never find it. Verily, I even doubt it exists. Woe unto my lack of faith.
You don't believe pants have pockets? The woman throws an annoyed glance at you and waves her hand dismissively.
Ask High Priestess Ashlyn about our faith and leave me to my sorrow.
It's impossible to drink 10 rum drinks and sing "The Glory of the Empire" while your pants are on fire? I've seen it happen.
No, I wasn't talking about that, though I do believe the singer would not make it past the second strophe.
She's right. The singer you saw messed up the tune way before that. This acolyte has blonde hair, tan skin, and a happy expression. What are you so cheery about?
Oh, I am happy. Happy for soon our search will be over.
She speaks in a practically annoying sing-song voice. Are you searching for something holy?
Why, yes we are. We are searching for the pants. Soon High Priestess Ashlyn will lead us to them, and the world will be saved.
You can't figure out how a pair of pants would save the world. However, she does sound sincere, so she can't be making this stuff up. Pants don't seem so holy to me.
They're not normal pants, you silly bee. There. You see, the rhinoceros.
The woman purses her lips in an effort to organize her thoughts. After a moment, she brightens up.
You should ask High Priestess Ashlyn about it. She knows that stuff far better than I do.
I have another question. Quests. I'm looking for quests.
Ooh, we're on a quest. It's a holy quest of the sisterhood, but I shouldn't mention it to outsiders.
There is a holy feel around this table. 3 women dressed in robes of priests are sitting around the table. 2 of the women wear plain white robes, while the woman you decided to speak to wears ginger robes with teal and red stripes. The only drink at the table is water and the food is nothing extravagant. The woman speaks to you.
Hail and blessings to you. Were this one of our convents, I would offer you great hospitality. But alas, we are far from the lands of our order.
Well met. What order are you a part of?
I am High Priestess Ashlyn of the Sisterhood of the Pantsless Rhinoceros. These 2 are my acolytes Sandra and Harriet.
You can't say that you've ever heard of the order. Pantsless Rhinoceros? The High Priestess nods.
That is the name of our order, yes.
What does your order believe in?
We believe that before the world was created, there was but a rhinoceros that wore pants. Then right before the universe was created, the rhinoceros dropped its pants and went off to relieve itself. But lo, the rhinoceros forgot where it dropped the pants. They began drifting in the void of space. The various chemicals and mystical essence the rhinoceros left behind in those pants reacted together. Thus the world was created. You see, the world is actually pants-shaped.
Do you have any kind of proof that this is actually the case? Sister Ashlyn looks at you calmly.
We have but our faith.
And why have you come to Untitled Land?
We are on a holy quest. The most holiest quest our order has. You see, our order seeks the pocket of the pants, For we believe that the rhinoceros left a mystical artifact there. This artifact will provide the world with infinite wealth, cure all diseases, and feed every soul in the world. Our sisterhood was created to search the pocket, for who are better in finding clothes of men than women?
Men? You receive a hearty laughter.
When all is said and done, it is women who are called to find the objects the men lost.
You believe the pocket is located in Untitled Land?
Nay, we do not know where the pocket lies. Our scholars have yet to determine the precise shape of the pants. Therefore, we only have a rough idea of where the pocket lies. Our order has searched for the pocket for centuries. Yet I am confident we will find it.
Just how many members are there in your sisterhood?
I know not the exact number, but there are hundreds of us spread around the 11 convents of our order. All of the convents are located in the continent of Izo, but you can come across us in the other continents as well. This is only when we are on the holy quest, of course.
I have another question.
What more do you need?
Can you teach us any priestly rituals?
Nay, I cannot possibly do that. It would be against the rules of our order to teach non-believers our rituals.
Joining your order isn't that simple, is it?
No, it is not. You must first become initiated as an acolyte by a high priestess. Then you must spend 2 years studying under a full member. After the 2 years are over, you have the opportunity to perform the rite of passage. This takes place in one of our wondrous ceremonial halls of our convents. Naturally, no men are allowed to join.
I have another question. Do you have any missions suitable for us? High Priestess Ashlyn smiles.
I'm afraid not. I would not trust any missions to people outside our order.
This man is sitting at the corner table of the inn. The light of the candles and lamps in the inn doesn't quite reach the man's reclusive table. His face is blanketed by shadows and a brown hood. A bow hangs around his shoulder. He gives you a cautious nod and whispers.
The bald eagle wears a toupee.
He then waits for you to speak. And the whiskered screech owl just shaved up. The man continues to whisper.
The foolish hippo heated the sandwich.
The heartbroken cheetah swallowed a toothpick. The man leans forward and continues.
The downtrodden masses yearn for the pudding.
Are we talking about a real pudding or a metaphorical one? The man is taken aback.
What? No, we're not talking about puddings at all. In fact, I've never spoken with you in my entire life.
The man tries his best to ignore you. What an odd fellow. The man turns his head towards you.
What is it?
Can I try that secret code thing again? The man slowly leans forward and whispers rather loudly.
The bald eagle wears a toupee.
The forging chimp stepped on his own banana. The man nods and continues.
The downtrodden masses yearn for the pudding.
Say, you're not part of a rebel group, are you? The hooded figure coughs loudly.
Who? Me? Of course not. I am not part of the Brethren of the Night. Long live the Empress, I always say.
The man then turns away from you and stares at the table. The elusive python danced naked in the moonlight. The man seems to consider this for a moment, but then continues.
The downtrodden masses yearn for the pudding.
Huzzah, huzzah, viva la revolution. The man leans back in his chair and rubs his chin thoughtfully.
Well, none of your answers were correct. I must ask, however, are you a part of some other secret organization?
The man drops the final words like they would kill him. He then lifts his head in fear.
Whoops, I shouldn't have said that. Just ignore I said anything.
The man turns away from you and refuses to speak to you. Of the 4 women at this table, this one is the most unattractive looking. It's not that she's ugly per se. It's just that the many, you count 5 scars on her face somewhat lower her level of beauty. She doesn't let that bother her, though. She is engaging actively in the merry conversation that goes around the table. Besides the scars, she is wearing a plain dress and keeps her hair wrapped in a bun. She hasn't noticed you yet, so you'll have to get this conversation going. Excuse me, may I ask about your scars? The woman turns to you. She raises her eyebrows in an inquisitive way.
What do you want to know about them? How I got them?
She points at a long one running down her cheek.
Sort of a bandit right here. The only hit they got through to me.
She points at 3 scars that go across her left eye.
Gremlin scratch. I tell you I could show you all the scars on my body and tell you how I got them, but I haven't had enough to drink to start stripping down. These things are just the perks I got from my adventuring days.
You used to be an adventurer? Why did you quit? The ex-adventurer smiles warmly.
I met Terrence. I remember the day when I first met him. I was chasing bandits in Lorelei. He used to sell flowers at a small shop there. He didn't make a lot of money. Anyway, the bandits rushed through his door and took him hostage. I acted before I even considered that someone innocent might be harmed. I jumped through the window and killed the scum on the spot. Terrence looked like a frightened puppy among the corpses. He looked so fragile, and damn did he look good in those tight leather pants. I stayed in Lorelei for a while. We got to know each other, but I still set out for more adventures. Somehow, after each adventure, I wound up back in Lorelei. We got engaged, and since I had made some enemies in the Midori province, we decided to move to a more quiet place in Avernum.
You gave up on all the riches and fights for love?
I did, and I do not regret it one bit. Whenever I see the faces of our daughters, I know I made the right choice. I had already got a lot of gold from my 10 years of adventures, and I'm not greedy.
Her expression turns solemn.
Plus, all my adventuring companions were shred to pieces in Seleucia. I do not want the same fate.
You must have found great equipment from your adventures. Where is it now?
I still keep it around. Memorabilia, and in case we need more money, I can sell them.
She sounds like even if it comes to it, she would not be sure if she would sell her gear. I have another question.
What is it now, baby adventurers?
We are adventurers and we need a quest. A hearty laughter emits from the woman.
That would be the day that I would give a job to adventurers. Oh, the sweet circle of life.
She doesn't reveal why she wouldn't give you a job, though. This table is occupied by 4 women in their late 20s. They are casually talking to each other. This one is wearing a black hooded cloak. She keeps the hood on, which gives her a rather sinister look. The look is enhanced by the fact that you notice several daggers underneath the cloak as she reaches for her drink. As she notices you're staring, her smile fades and she simply waits for you to talk. Oh my, why do you carry so many knives? The woman gives you a long, unfriendly look and produces a knife with lightning speed from her clothing.
These are useful in my line of work.
She says in a voice that matches her looks.
Care to guess what I do for a living?
You make knives? You're a blacksmith? Another long stare.
No, I use knives. To kill people. For money, unfortunately.
Oh, you're an assassin. The assassin nods and puts her knife back in place.
That's right. So unless you have a job for me, which I doubt, I don't understand why we're even having this conversation.
She sighs.
Did you want something?
I have another question.
Ugh, what now?
Do you have any work for adventurers? The lady smirks.
Work for you lot? I think not. An incontinent chimpanzee would be a better pick than you.
Such a hurtful remark. This woman has the most muscle you've ever seen in a woman before. She is bulging all over her chair and looks like she could smash said chair to splinters just by staring at it. She is chatting away with the other 3 women in a carefree way. She notices your attempt to speak with her and blurts out,
Huh, what do you want?
I just want to have a word with you. She grunts in distaste.
I don't talk to people I don't know.
But if you never talk to anyone, then you won't get to know them.
I don't know you.
She states and turns back to her friends. She seemed awfully chatty from afar. You guessed that she's simply pulling up a big and dumb act to scare you away. Well, it worked.
More questions?
I would like to know if you have any quests for us. The woman stares at you, frowning menacingly. She breathes out thunderously.
Why would I need your help in anything?
Even if you could think of an answer here, it would be wise not to say anything. The women around this table are a colorful bunch, but this one seems to be the most normal one. She is wearing a rather fancy dress with silk and sequins. She must be entering her 30s and almost looks out of place among the other women. Then you notice the calculative, cold look of her eyes. She has the look of a leader written all over her. Her hair is well done. Her skin looks flawless, and the jewelry she's wearing indicates that she isn't from the poorest people of the empire. She interrupts her talk with her friends as she notices you.
Hello there. Pleased to meet you.
Pardon me for asking, but isn't it dangerous for unmarried women to be out by themselves?
Unmarried?
The woman lowers her glass and looks at you in a funny way.
Who said we were unmarried? We all got husbands. They just stay home and prepare the food and take care of the kids.
She sniffs the air resentfully.
That's the arrangement we have. We bring in the money, they take care of our homes. Unmarried.
The woman gives her companions an appraising look.
Sometimes it can get a bit rough when we're having a girls' night out, though. Why, it was 2 weeks ago when we were heading back to Scurftown when suddenly 6 bandits leapt from the side of the road. It could have gotten serious if Harriet—
She gestures the woman next to her.
Hadn't snapped 2 of their necks so quickly. That gave Susan—
The woman sitting across from her.
The time to chop off the arms from 2 other bandits. That's when they decided to flee and Gabrielle threw a couple of knives in their backs. She can get that way sometimes.
Okay, there were no survivors, I assume.
We never leave survivors, especially if they choose to attack 4 women on a dark night. Besides, I'm positive that those fools were a part of some sort of larger group of bandits. They all had a yellow lizard painted on their chest.
Bandit activity is quite common in the more remote areas of the Empire, but getting rid of them is not a quest unless someone will pay you to do so. These women certainly won't do it, but perhaps someone else will. So your husbands do nothing at all?
Nothing. Have you ever spent 2 weeks alone with 3 crying children? I haven't, and I'm sure I couldn't handle it. We drew a line when we got married. When it comes to kids, I'll do the birthing and he'll do the rest. That arrangement has worked out nicely. Oomph. Well, Susan's husband insists on keeping his flower shop open, but it hardly makes any money, so it is Susan who provides for them as well.
I have another question.
Was there something else you wanted?
I am looking for a job suitable for an adventurer.
Good. Keep looking. I only hire competent couriers when I need them, and I certainly am not going to give you any of my precious merchandise.
This man sitting by the counter is wearing a neat brown vest and stylish green pants. He has a trimmed brown mustache on his otherwise clean face. He greets you with a friendly smile.
Greetings, fellow travelers. I see you found a way into this oasis as well. Please, have a seat. Share a cup of herbal tea with me, and let us discuss matters of this land.
Do you know of any opportunities of heroism?
Do I know of? I'm afraid you've lost me there, old fellow.
Have you heard of any opportunities for young adventurers?
Opportunities?
Liam's face is filled with puzzlement. Is there anyone who has a matter of grave importance to be dealt with?
That's enough. Speak English, you damn moron.
What I'm trying to ask is, do you have any quests for us? Realization dawns.
Oh, quests. You're adventurers. How romantic. Just like the heroes in my book, A Band of Nitwits. A hilarious comedy, if I do say so myself. And, no, I don't know of any quests. But now that I think about it, the bartender looks particularly plagued with something. Perhaps he has a job for you?
English?
Yes. You know, the language we speak? Named after the famous linguist England English, who first wrote down the grammatical rules of the language. Of course, not many people call it that.
I have another question.
What more do you wish to know?
Why are you drinking herbal tea? Is there something wrong with the beer?
Mom, yes, the beer. No, I do not touch alcohol as a matter of fact. You see, I am part of the St. Patrick's absolutist movement. You probably haven't heard of it. I'm sure it hasn't reached these lands yet. At any rate, I do not drink a drop of alcohol anymore, and I tell you I've never thought more clearer thoughts.
Who are you, my good sir?
Introductions. How tactless of me to forget. My name is Liam Halloway, but you may know my alias better. It's Henry de la Escritter.
He smiles at you expectantly. When it becomes clear that you've never heard of him, he deflates a bit.
Haven't heard of me, have you?
I think I've heard of you. Aren't you that guy who stole Old Man Olson's price hog? The man's face turns, if not hostile, then at least displeased.
No, that was not me. I write books as a matter of fact.
He brightens up a bit.
Perhaps you've heard of them? The Longest Mile of the Goblinoids, Harrow's Yeast, the work of a madman.
I haven't heard of any of those books.
No. What about The Last Days of Emperor Spalatin, or The Voyage of the Four Voyagers? No. Well, not to worry. I am positive that you will come across my work once you travel somewhere civilized.
So why are you here, Mr. Author?
Please, call me her Dr. Halloway. Right now I am touring the countrysides of the Empire in search for an inspiration for my book. I have discovered that the heart of the Empire lies within its rural lands. Therefore, the citizens there are the purest, most finest people in the Empire. I plan to write a book about the glorious life of the peasantry. It will be called...
He raises his hand above his head.
By gods, it doesn't get any more boring than this.
That's all for now. Thanks. This woman empties her flagon with a single swig as you approach her. She is unbelievably muscular. She belches and begins to talk.
Well, looky here. If it isn't a wee laddie, did you come here to challenge Barbara, huh?
I'm not a wee laddie. Barbara laughs mightily and shakes the empty flagon in your general direction.
Well, you sure squeak like a wee laddie. Even I've got a lower voice than you, so as far as I'm concerned, you're a wee laddie.
Challenge you in what?
Drinking, of course. I'll drink any of you sorry saps under the table. Now who's first? Come on now. I've got drinking to do.
Drinking this woman under the table is hardly a quest, but it's something to do. It can't be that hard to beat her, considering she's already had a few drinks. Sure thing. Let the taps flow.
Barkeep.
The bartender hurries timidly towards Barbara.
Pour us a couple of drinks.
With a sullen face, the bartender does what the woman asks. She then raises the flagon and grins at you. With one swift movement, the drink is no more. Follow her lead. You grab the flagon and raise it to your lips. The beer tastes astonishingly great. But this isn't about savoring the taste. This is about drinking and drinking and drinking. You manage to drink the beer and keep it down. Barbara orders 2 more and drains hers seemingly effortlessly as well. Let's have us some more drinks. You pour the second flagon down your throat. Although you don't manage to do it quite as fast as Barbara, you do manage to remain upright and pukeless. Barbara is swaying a little, or is it just your vision?
So, you can handle more than some of the miserable sheep in this inn. But let's have 2 more and wheel.
Burp.
See who's who.
Order 2 more. Bottoms up, Barbara. You grab the beer before Barbara does. This seems to anger her. She grabs her flagon and starts to get rid of her drink. When you're about halfway through your drink, the flagon drops out of her hand.
Curse you. I shouldn't have challenged you when I had 10 beers already.
With that, she upgrades her position from vertical to horizontal. A silver ring falls out of her fist. You grab it as a reward for your victory. The owner of the inn is a man in his mid-20s. He has short brown hair, a beard, and an annoyed expression. From time to time, he glances at the patrons in disgust. The look he's giving you isn't any more friendly.
So what can I get you? Oh, you're just passing through? Looking for directions to a town. Well, Scurftown is to the north. Just follow the roads. Don't mention it. Now get the hell out.
You get the feeling there was a conversation in here somewhere. Completely eluded your attention, though. Belching Patron. That's an interesting name for an inn. The innkeeper stares at you in discontent. Then he decides to open his mouth.
My father named the inn like that. He wanted to see satisfied, bloated customers, and he thought that a belching customer was a happy customer. Unfortunately for me, his last words were, "Angelo, my son, I leave the inn to your care. Take good care of it, and I know it will bring you years of joy." So now I'm stuck with this and full of morons for customers.
An evil grin finds its way to Angelo's face.
But fortunately, this will all be over soon.
What do you mean?
There's a problem with my ale supply. In fact, the whole distillery in the cellar has been run over by some vicious rats. Without access to a distiller, I can't make my father's trademark beer. If nothing is done, I am forced to abandon the inn. I can hardly wait.
Rats, you say? And you need someone to take care of them? The innkeeper notices the gleam in your eyes and throws you a worried look.
What? Now, you don't want to go down there. It's cold down there. You'll catch a cold. And, I cannot offer you much in terms of payment.
The man brightens up because of that insight.
Oh yes. My, it's been terrible. In fact, I can't give you squat if you kill the rats.
But surely you've tried to do something about the rats.
Well, yeah, I threw a cat down there one evening. But when I checked in on it in the morning, all I found was a gnawed pile of fur.
Angelo shudders.
Then the squeaking began, and I ran like hell.
Nonetheless, it is our duty as adventurers to help those in need.
It is. I thought you were in it for the money, plus you get to kill people.
The innkeeper looks you over, deep in thought.
You really want to go down there? Fine. I just hope those rats gnaw your bones and kill you. I'll just go unlock the cellar door.
Angelo grumbles and walks off. After a few seconds, he returns. You've just received a quest. You descend into the gloom that is the cellar. With every passing step, your heart beats faster. This is it. This is where your story begins. From this point on, it is nothing but glory, money, feats, money, women, money, and even men if you're into that. The steps end. You've reached the cellar. You wait until your eyes grow accustomed to the gloom and look around. You see plenty of barrels, but no rats. You inspect the cat carcass. The creature has been killed, not eaten. Several small teeth have ripped the cat's throat open and done something unpleasant to its poor belly. Just when you are about to put the cat back down, you hear it. A squeak. It's coming from a corner over there. You reach the source of the squeaking but find nothing. The dusty corner is empty of any kind of rodent. You listen for a while. There is silence. Just as you are about to give up, you hear another squeak. The squeaking grows to violent proportions. You think you can hear dozens of individual squeaks bouncing off the gray cellar walls. Then you spot movement. Rodents larger than your foot crawl out of the shadows. They flex their whiskers experimentally at you and charge. These aren't rats, they're giant rats. The rats hesitate. You have killed quite a lot of them, and fear seems to have found home in their small rodent minds. They reach a conclusion and begin to exit the cellar via several cracks in the walls and floor. You have cleared the cellar of rats. Angelo murmurs something at you. I brought you the dead cat. Slam it on the counter. Angelo stares at the carcass for a few seconds and then raises his head to stare at you.
Why?
The innkeeper stretches the question into several seconds and reluctantly removes the cat from the counter. Well, the rats should no longer bother you. The innkeeper's shoulders sag and he lowers his head. You think he might start crying at any moment.
I suppose it was too good to be true. The rats started popping out everywhere and even found a home in my cellar. I was really looking forward to finding something else to do, like organizing files.
Angelo lets out a mix of sigh and sob.
I guess I'm just stuck with this job forever.
Wait, the rats have been appearing everywhere? Angelo waves his hand in your general direction and lowers his head onto the counter.
Oh yes, at least here in Untitled Land. I heard the guards in Scurftown have to kill hundreds of rats every day.
This might be serious, and more importantly, this might be a job for you. You should seek out the mayor of Scurftown and see if he or she would offer an explanation as to why there are so many rats around. That's all for now. Thanks. The innkeeper in the Belching Patron told you that Untitled Land has been plagued by rats lately. The mayor in Scurftown might tell you why. What a stroke of good luck. You find a clearly visible supply cache on the top of this small hill. You pillage it and are disappointed. You only find a pair of pants. A group of Empire soldiers greet you by the road. They are brave men and women with a sword in their hand and a song in their heart. You have a brief chat with the commanding officer. The troops hail from Scurftown to the north. They depart and wish you luck on your travels. Someone tried to make this town pretty once. However, it seems that nobody bothered to keep it that way. The stone cobbles that probably looked really nice at one time are cracked and worn. Moss is growing wildly in the cracks of the buildings. It's not really surprising. The various backwaters of the empire generate all sorts of, when the term is used loosely, towns. You'd guess this one is among the largest of hick towns, though you haven't seen that many. Whoever drew the city plan was as qualified for the job as a spastic baboon, assuming someone drew a city plan in the first place. The buildings are simply slammed together. Nevertheless, it is the largest concentration of people you've seen, and you eagerly await what you may learn here, especially from the mayor who should know more about the rats. The facade of the town hall would look a lot nicer if it weren't for one minor detail. A filthy, unkempt drunkard has placed himself right next to the door of the majestic government building. There are many unfortunate souls who have to resort to begging in order to get their daily food. However, most of them have the decency to stay away from such fine buildings. The foul man is covered in months of facial hair. The breath he is excreting in your direction stinks strongly of alcohol.
Spare change, friend?
He extends an arm. Dear gods, man, have some dignity and beg somewhere else. This is the town hall after all. The beggar frowns in disgust or possibly from nausea.
Ugh, I don't need to watch where I beg in this town. I can beg where I want, especially in front of the town hall.
The man almost manages to tip himself over by moving his leg backwards. He tries to regain balance by swaying his arms wildly. After a satisfactory result, he hiccups.
I am the mayor, so I can stay here all I want.
You're not the mayor. If you're the mayor, then I'm Lord Dumpless of Vantanas. The hobo raises his eyebrows.
You are? Is this a surprise checkup? Crap, I gotta go shave and... Hey, you're not a lord of any kind, are ya? You don't believe I'm the mayor, huh? Well, I tell ya, as soon as my head clears up, I'll have you arrested and whipped. That's right, whipped.
After a moment of silence, the filthy liar of a bum raises his hand.
Spare change?
What ill fate has life thrown your way so that you must beg for a living?
Huh, there's been no ill fate. My life's great.
The hobo burps happily.
I got me a cushy job and a family fortune waiting once my old man drops dead. I'm enjoying life, that's all.
So you're actually wealthy, but you wear rags and sleep outdoors and beg for money?
I've drunk all the money I once had and payday is not exactly around the corner.
It's so sad to see someone living in so much denial. That poor beggar. That's all for now. Thanks. This door leads to the town hall. Do you wish to enter? Sure. You expected the man sitting behind this desk to be the mayor. He is wearing fine silk clothes that separate him from the rabble. He is quite young, but then again backwaters like Scurftown hardly ever get seasoned people to govern them. The man is, however, not wearing the sash of a mayor and therefore he cannot be the mayor. He licks the tip of his pen and glances at you from above his spectacles. A look of mild curiosity enters his face.
How did you get past the guards?
A question you should get used to if you want to become competent adventurers. I applied my famous witty banter onto them until they could take it no longer and left.
Witty banter, you say? Yes, yes. The guards aren't trained for that kind of thing. and under Empire law they cannot use lethal force on you for simply talking to them. Unless, of course, you are spreading lies about the government.
The young man sighs.
But since you found your way inside the mayor's office, I could answer the questions you undoubtedly have. I am the mayor's aide, Earl Fuzzle.
We've heard this land has a need for adventurers. There are rats to be slain.
I wouldn't go that far.
The clerk says with a severe look on his face.
It's only rats, for heaven's sake. If there's a little squeak there, our guards perform a little splat, and the problem is fixed. Rats are not dangerous, my unemployed friend. Although,
lately the rats have appeared in increasing numbers, and as the days pass they grow more cunning and deadly?
Why yes. How did you know? The reports have been slightly alarming as of late. The rats are popping up around the crops and are doing their best to eat them. They are doing this so efficiently that we might have to import food to prevent famine. Still, I'd hardly call it a problem.
Fuzzle waves his hand at you dismissively. Crops are being eaten. Something must be done about the rats.
We are killing them as we see them. Quite frankly, I believe that is more than enough.
Do you have any idea why there are so many rats around? Earl scratches his beardless chin.
I can't think of anything. They started appearing some weeks ago. Shortly afterwards, this fellow in ridiculous clothing appeared waving this pipe around. He claimed he could get rid of the rats for a price. So what the people did was, they grabbed the man, beat him silly, rolled him around in tar and feathers, and kicked him out of town. That was such a memorable day for everyone.
The piper is plotting his revenge in a nearby cave and is sending hordes of rats to devour you all. Earl looks at you in clear bafflement.
Obviously, that is not the case. The man was not a sorcerer. He could have no power over the rats. He was just a con artist and nothing more.
The mayor's aide seems to be growing weary of your presence.
Tell you what, if I give you a quest to find the rat's lair, will you kindly leave this office?
Absolutely.
In that case, by the power invested in me by the Empire according to the Act 404-0072/Y, I hereby give you a quest. You are to find the lair of the rats whence an evil wizard of some sort dwells and creates the rats to plague us. Possibly some kindly old wizard will reveal the location of the lair to you. I don't know and I don't care. I just wish you'd leave.
That's all for now. Thanks. It is official. The mayor's aide himself gave you a quest to find the lair of the rats and destroy whatever is creating them. Possibly a helpful wizard will aid you. You have discovered the dusty room where the Empire officials store their pointless, numerous paperwork. Although you'd probably love to read through the entire records, you shouldn't. Could take weeks. You read the sign, Feichi, Apothecary. This door leads to a potion shop. Do you wish to enter? Sure. At first glance, the potion shop appears to be empty. Although the owner doesn't seem to be around, you decide to have a quiet browse through the inventory of the shop. You carefully close the door, resulting in a tiny bell tied to a rope jingling. At this point, the floorboards begin to shake. Rhythmic thumps, as if they were steps, emerge from the back room of the shop. The door to the room flings open. You stare at the massive arm keeping the door open. You've never seen an arm that large on a human. A voice calls you from the room, and quite frankly, you expected it to be more low and growling instead of the high-pitched squeaking you hear.
Be with you in a minute.
The massive human being successfully negotiates himself through the door frame and lumbers at the counter.
So, how can I help you?
He squeaks. This bulk of fat and flesh could scarcely be described as human. All the necessary limbs and appendices are there, but they have been blown out of proportion. What makes it even harder for you to gaze upon the man is the fact that he wears no clothes. He has simply wrapped a loincloth to cover his waist. He smiles at you amiably from over 7 feet.
Welcome to this humble shop of mine. I am Fat Chi, potion maker. Please inspect my wares and notice them to your liking.
The pitch of his voice would be more suitable to a giant, intelligent, friendly, talking insect-like creature of some sort instead of a man of his size. Though you are a bit concerned about where a thought that bizarre came from. You're a bit on the heavy side, aren't you? Only a true master of small talk could come up with something like that. The potion maker does not seem offended, though.
I suppose it might look that way in your perspective. The way I see it, you are awfully skinny. But this isn't fat, I assure you. This body is supported by a system of mighty muscles.
He pats his belly as he says that. This sends waves of fat rippling through the surface of his gut. Do you gather the herbs around Untitled Land, or do you import them?
I gather them myself.
The potion maker chirps.
There are plenty of locations around here that suit the individual needs of different herbs.
Vachi looks at you critically.
Do not expect me to reveal any of the locations to you. However, rats have been eating on some of my herb sites as of late, and they are all around the land as it is. Normally, I would not harm a living creature, but I most eagerly step on them each time I see the rodents.
I would like to buy some potions. Vachi sells potions, the most average potions at normal price levels. He also chatters away in his high-pitched voice as you inspect his wares.
I gather the herbs myself to ensure the highest quality of the potions.
Vachi chirps as you finish shopping. Would you mind teaching me your recipes?
Yes, I would mind.
Vachi squeaks severely.
If you learned to make your own potions, then what use would I be? Or even worse, you could open up a competing shop and force poor Vachi out of business.
He shakes his head.
I'm afraid you'll have to learn your recipes elsewhere.
You read the sign, ballistics and tannery. This door leads to a market area. Do you wish to enter? Sure. The woman behind the counter nods at you with a friendly smile. She has curly long red hair which she lets flow wildly down her back. She wears light leather armor and says absolutely nothing. Dear lady, what can you tell us about the socio-economic situation in Scurftown? You've never seen that much confusion on someone's face. The woman shrugs and shakes her head mournfully. Perhaps the question was too sophisticated for her? Beautiful day out there, isn't it? You receive a smile and a nod. The saleswoman points at her mouth and shakes her head remorsefully. You can't talk? Bernice nods her head and smiles, if a bit cautiously. I have another question. Bernice smiles. Do you sell something in here? The merchant nods and, while smiling, points at the counter. A bow and bolts are placed on it. Ah, you sell bows and ammo. May we purchase some? Buy a bow and arrow from Bernice. The quality might not be top-notch, but the price is all right. Bernice simply smiles as you depart. This man is roughly 40 years old. He has a bushy brown beard. When you entered the shop, he was working on a suit of leather armor. However, it has been placed on the counter while he talks to you.
Why, hello there, strangers.
He talks in a tiring, monotonous voice that can't be good for sales.
It's nice to see new faces around these parts. My name's Branmere, and I run this here tannery. I've been working here for 30 years, I have. Back when I was only yay big, I used to help my father around this very shop. It's always been a sure way of making a living, though my family's never been rich. That doesn't mean we're bad people. No, sir. We've always been honest and law-abiding citizens of the Empire. You hear some folks talking bad about the Empire these days. I tell ya, back when I was a lad, that kind of thing would have been unimaginable.
His rambling goes on for a long time. What kinds of goods do you sell here?
Well, this being a tannery, I sell goods made out of leather. Yep, I got me leather armors, boots, and helmets, all of which I've made myself. Although I do also have a special magic suit of armor enchanted by Horatio. Some folks say that wizards can be dangerous, but old Horatio's never caused us any trouble. Though, he's only been living here for a year or so. I can't understand those traveling souls. Familiarity's what I enjoy. Heck, I've lived here all my life, and not once have I thought about leaving. Though, many folk, including my wife and kids, have left Scurftown. I could never leave. I could never understand why my wife left. But I guess men aren't supposed to know the ways of women. It sure adds a certain level of mystery to a relationship when you don't know all about your wife.
This could go on for hours by the sound of things. And what's that about a magic suit of armor?
Well, that Mr. Horatio fellow was kind enough to offer to cast his magics on this fine leather armor I made. He said it hardens the leather so it blocks more damage than before. Also, he said it will help those in a tight spot.
There is a gap in Branimir's blabbering as he pulls out the armor from underneath the table. It is truly fine workmanship. A faint green glow indicates that the armor is indeed magical, though what it does exactly is not apparent.
Sure does glow pretty, don't it? Them wizards sure know a lot of mysterious things. Take that fellow Gabriel, for example. He's one of them scholarly fellows. Talks about a lot of things and does magic in the open, unlike Horatio. I guess there could be some kind of competition between them if Gabriel chooses to stick around. I've never had to worry about competition. My family's always run the only tannery in town.
There seems to be no end to this. That sounds really nice and too expensive. I'll pass.
Shucks, I didn't even mention the price yet. Of course, it is a tad more expensive than the rest of my wares. But then again, Horatio did charge quite a bit of money for enchanting the armor. Magic don't come cheap, no sir. It'd be dangerous if everyone could learn magic, I reckon. If jealousy can make regular men do horrid things, then I dread what a jealous wizard could do to another wizard. The town would get all messy, that's for sure. A lot of people just dump their trash on the streets. That ain't right in my opinion. When I walk home in the darkest hours, I prefer not to step on dog dung. A lot of people used to have pets when they were little. Not me, though. I never ever had a pet in my life. It sure would have been nice to have a dog as a friend, but my dad couldn't stand them.
You wonder if the man would ever stop on his own. May we see your wares? Branimir has a variety of leathery goods for sale. Now, if only he would shut up while you inspect his stock.
And to think that it could all be fixed with a little hard work. We don't need money from the Empire to fix things. Heck, If a few fellas would put some effort into it, then Scurftown could look like new.
You read the sign, Jesus, Carpenter. A flock of curly black hair is brushed aside from the man's face and he greets you with a warming smile. The hair revealed a face of a man coming to his 30s with a brown complexion. His deep brown eyes fill you with trust and content.
Greetings.
He says in a soothing voice.
I am Jesus, the owner of this humble shop of carpentry. Are you perchance in need of a new table, or mayhap a stool? Maybe I am being too aggressive. Please, tell me what you need.
Jesus extends his arms as he speaks, giving his loose clothing plenty of chances to flap around. Why do you wear such loose clothing?
My garb?
Jesus looks at his clothes. They are indeed very loose. The fabric also seems very thin. This and the white color of the clothes would indicate that they are meant to be worn in a very hot corner of the world.
It is merely for comfort, nothing more, although it does have its disadvantages. At one time, it was more than a month ago I believe, I was walking around the town square and a loose nail from a building got a hold of my wildly flapping sleeve. It just so happened that my entire garb was ripped right off me, right in front of Lady Duffeldorf as she was walking by. Oh, the shame and humiliation.
Carpentry. I have no use for that, I'm afraid. Jesus nods sagely.
But so many people think. They think, why pay a man to make a table for me when I can make it myself? To them, I say, anyone can make a table, but only a professional can make you one that will last your life.
You tell Jesus that you really don't need any carpentry done.
Well, such is life, my friend.
I see you build boats as well.
Your eyesight is most keen. Although, right now it's no more than a hobby. Such was not always the case.
Jesus sighs remorsefully.
I used to build boats in a town not far from here. Oh, how my merry little vessels skipped happily in the water. I didn't make much money, but I enjoyed what I did.
Another sigh escapes from the carpenter's beard.
But then this huge boat-building company moved in, and I couldn't compete. I was forced to move my business to an area where no boat builder had come before. So I came here.
What was the name of that boat-building company? Jesus waves a hand in the air.
Oh, I cannot recall. It doesn't matter anyway. I am here, and still I make a living. Even though I had to expand my services to all things involving wood, and not just boats.
So there's probably no chance for me getting a mission to kill the leader of the company or something. The thick black eyebrows on the man's brow raise in startlement.
Good heavens no. I am a pacifist. I wish no harm unto those people. They only managed to run me out of town by building better boats than I. It did help them, though, that my shipment of timber kept getting mysteriously destroyed, but I can hardly blame my ill fortune on them.
I have another question.
I hope you are in good health.
You build boats? Jesus, there isn't any water nearby.
I know. A perfect place to set up a boat builder's shop, do you not agree? No one will run me out of business here.
That is one way of looking at things. Too bad it's utterly ridiculous. Oh, you've walked into some kind of shady deal. 3 dangerous-looking men are having a talk with a huge, even more dangerous-looking man. One of the 3 gives a whelp.
Oi, Jimmy, those guys are walking on your turf.
So,
Rumbles the huge man.
I don't care. You deal with them if you wanna.
That seems to be all the encouragement they need. The huge man simply laughs at the sight of his fallen comrades.
Good. I was getting sick of those 3. You handle your blade pretty well.
He taps the greatsword on his back.
Just don't get any funny ideas, and we'll do fine. I'm Big Jimmy Bob.
Bob smirks one last time.
I could have a use for a guy like you, you know?
You could have a use for us?
Yeah, you don't have to be some kind of impotent god to recognize talent, and Big Jimmy Bob always recognizes talent when he sees it.
Big Jimmy Bob also apparently speaks of himself in the third person. But people of that sort are always harmless, right? You think we got talent? The big man nods solemnly.
Kid, you cut through those worthless bags of meat like a horny loner cuts through rotten meat.
Bob smirks.
That's a good metaphor I came up with.
You meant to say metaphor, right?
You got problems hearing? That's what I said.
Get to the point, Big Jimmy Bob. What do you need us for?
I don't need you for anything, but a friend of mine has a job he needs doing. He's been going on and on about how he needs talented guys, and I told you got talent.
Big Jimmy Bob nods his head in an apparent approval of what he just said.
Go find Sneak. He usually hangs out at the Stigmata Joel. Go now.
Jimmy motions you to leave.
I got no more time to waste.
This young guard looks like he's lost in thought. In fact, he's so lost in thought that he accidentally walks into you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
The guard pleads.
My friend Jesus always instructs people to forgive one another.
Who's Jesus?
He's a good friend of mine. He's the carpenter, but he has all these great instructions for life. Like, I say unto you, love thy. Verily.
The guard scratches his chin.
Okay, I can't remember a thing that he says. He's a nice guy, though.
Isn't his name pronounced Jesus?
Oh yeah, he does pronounce it like that. But I always say things the way I see them. So to me, he's Jesus.
This man is not surprised to find you barging into his home. In fact, it's as if he was expecting you.
You hear about the sling?
He blurts out. The look he is giving you tells you that something heavy burdens his mind. Why, yes, I am.
Very well then. Here it is.
The man fishes out a sling from his pocket. It looks well made and in good shape, if a bit oddly colored.
All I'm asking is 50 gold. It's what it's worth, and I won't part with it for any less.
All right, I'll buy your sling. Pay 50 gold. The man counts your coin and then rather reluctantly hands the sling over to you.
Well, I hope it kills as many critters for you as it did for me.
You read the sign, the Jolly Rigmarole. This door leads to an inn. Do you wish to enter? Sure. You think this kind of work isn't suitable for this woman. On the plus side, she is young and attractive. On the negative side, she has huge eyes that give you such a cold and vengeful stare that you immediately wish to leave the tavern. Besides that, her pose indicates that she is more likely to wallop you in the head than serve you a drink. She wears a rather plain blue dress and keeps her dark hair wrapped in a bun.
What can I get you nice people?
She asks in a chilly voice. What is your name?
Not that you need to know, but it is Terra Firma.
That is all she says. How are you equipped in terms of rumors? Terra Firma blinks.
I got some gossip on some townspeople, a rumor outsiders might not have heard, and one job offer from my boss.
Tell me some gossip.
I got gossip on the wizard Horatio, Lord and Lady Duffeldorf, and Susan. Each piece of gossip will cost you 10 gold.
Tell me about the wizard. Terra Firma takes your gold.
Okay, listen up. When Gabriel first came in town and heard about Horatio, he went to see him. Shortly afterwards he came here and could not stop laughing. Whatever he saw there amused him mightily, but he refuses to say what it is. Also, several townspeople have seen him storm out of his home after one of his experiments goes wrong, and they have seen his beard hanging oddly from only one of his chins.
Tell me about the Lord and Lady. Terra Firma sees that you have enough gold.
Lord Duffeldorf has gotten extremely paranoid as of late. The reason being that less than a week ago, the Lord himself caught a thief lurking within the manor. The Lord, frightened by this, has hired more mercenaries to guard his manor. It has been said that Lady Duffeldorf suffers from her husband's lack of faith to the common people.
Tell me about Susan. Terra Firma counts your money and nods.
She used to be an adventurer, right? A lot of people know that. But a rumor has it that she still keeps some of her former gear in her home. This rumor got some of the thugs in town excited. At least one of them broke into her home and tried to find Susan's gear. But when Terence, her husband, got home, he found the body of the bandit with a poisoned dart sticking out of his heart. Susan lives next to the wizard Horatio, by the way.
I have another question. Terra Firma stares at you. What services does this tavern offer?
You can get ale. You can get wine. You can get food, or you can get a swift kick in the groin. That is, if you have a groin.
The kick wouldn't cost me anything, would it?
No.
Terra Firma throws you a wicked grin.
It is purely customer service. Free of charge. Are you interested?
You shake your head.
Pity.
Ale for my party. The bartender looks mildly interested.
Oh, you're having a party? How much ale do you need?
No, I meant ale for these guys I'm traveling with.
Oh.
The bartender's demeanor is returned to her usual icy self. She pours you the ale. It isn't that bad. You might even call it good. But you haven't had enough ale for good measure. I have another question. There's a whole lot of junk resting on this table. It is being sorted by a man in his 40s. He is unkempt, wearing tattered garments, and his beard hasn't been shaved in weeks. You almost expect him to mutter derangedly to himself. However, he isn't doing so. His eyes are keen and focused on the task at hand. He isn't making any kind of sound. It almost appears as if he's not breathing. You ponder whether you dare to bother the man. Tap his shoulder to get his attention. Excuse me, might I ask your name? Your tapping startles the man, sending the needles he was holding jumping from his hands.
Gah.
He gasps for air and turns to you.
Why are you pestering me? Can't you see I'm busy sorting my haul for today?
He suddenly seems to recall that you asked him something.
My name? Nadav. It's Nadav.
Where have you gotten all this junk? The man looks horrified.
Junk. This isn't junk. It's my treasure haul for today. Look.
He pulls up a moth-eaten red tunic.
These holes make this tunic precious, and I only had 4 red tunics to begin with. These are my valuables which I will soon add to my collection.
The collector snorts.
And some people threw them out.
Okay, but do you have anything useful in there?
Of course I do. Just look at this.
He flails a questionably used towel in your face.
If I were to wash this, it could be used for its original purpose again. But right now it's collectible, as is all the stuff you claim useless. Puffed.
A flicker of hope glints in Nadav's eye.
You wouldn't happen to have something useless you'd be willing to part with, would you? I'll pay you money.
Well, I might have something. Sell stuff. Nadav will buy stuff from you at a fair price. Getting the stuff back at a fair price is another story, though. Nadav turns back to his junk. This short, lean patron is not sitting at any predetermined table. Instead, he walks around the tavern, popping up from table to table to have brief chats with the tavern's few customers. He looks like a very likable person. His hair is cut short and his face is clean-shaven of all facial hair. He wears dark clothes and smiles cordially when he talks to people. You ask him his name. It is
Sneak.
What do you do for a living, my good man?
Random odd jobs, fellow traveler. I travel a lot from yonder lands
Sneak waves his hand around vaguely in a random direction.
to Untitled Land. I have several regular employers who I seek out when I need the coin, or then I am sought out when my services are needed.
Do you think your employers might have a job for us? An almost unnoticeable flinch breaks Sneak's smile for a split second. Then he recovers.
I doubt it. My employers only hire men they know they can trust.
I have another question. Sneak flashes his white teeth in your direction. Is there anything worth mentioning about Untitled Land you care to mention? Sneak shrugs.
It's a backwater, and when backwater calls, strange people answer the call. I'd say most of the people here are mentally unhinged in some small way.
Sneak lowers his voice.
This place is also governed pretty strangely. I doubt there is a place in all of the empire where the millions of regulations and laws are being fulfilled so dutifully.
Big Jimmy Bob told us to seek you out. The man's demeanor changes immediately. His friendly smile dies, he folds his arms, and an intelligent, calculative look shines from his eyes.
He did, huh? Well, what did you do to impress him?
We killed a bunch of thugs.
So you killed some thugs, and that got Jimmy to send you to me.
Sneak shakes his head and lets out a disappointed sigh.
Figures. That's the only kind of talent the oaf recognizes. But before we continue, answer me this hypothetical question. Would you be willing to steal something from a wealthy man?
We'll steal from anyone. We're adventurers.
Really?
Sneak gives you a critical look as if he were measuring what you just said to what he sees.
Then maybe I was wrong. Nonetheless, you can't go and kill people in the job I have for you. It requires stealth.
We can be very stealthy. What must be done?
The target of the job is a manor northeast of here. It belongs to a wealthy young couple, the Duffeldorfs. My employer is interested in acquiring certain items from the manor's treasury. However, I am known to Lord Duffeldorf, and therefore his guards in particular will not allow me to enter the manor grounds. Therefore, I need someone stealthy.
Sneak stresses the word heavily.
To sneak inside the manor and steal the items.
Are you known to Lord Duffeldorf because you stole Old Man Olsen's price hog?
Do not insult me. That job was too crude and amateurish to be done by me. No, I was doing reconnaissance in the manor and was spotted by the Lord himself. Fortunately, I managed to vacate the manor unharmed. But unfortunately, the bastard managed to give an all too accurate description of my persona to his guards. I can no longer enter the manor unnoticed. I must be getting old since he caught me like that. And that's a frightening thought if you're only 22.
I've heard enough about the job and I accept it.
Good, I suppose. Now just don't screw up. In all likelihood, the guards will let you enter the manor grounds. Once there, look for the garden shed. There is a secret tile in the manor wall across from it. Push it and enter the manor. The treasury is located in the northwest part of the manor. The items include the entire treasury. Now make stealth and be gone.
A lone sorcerer sits by this table. As is customary with spellcasters, he has a pointy brown beard. His skin is awfully pale, indicating that he doesn't enjoy being out in the sun. A red hood from his robes covers his head. A staff with a cyan gem on its shaft rests on his shoulder. His brow is furrowed in concentration. Flames suddenly appear above the wizard's palm. They hover above it for a moment and then form into a sphere of sizzling orange fire. The sphere in turn morphs into a face of a woman, a beautiful woman at that. The sorcerer notices that he has your attention. In an instant, the flames die away and he leans back in his chair. He doesn't say a thing. Who was that woman in the flames? The wizard sighs longingly.
A memory. A mere memory now.
Gabriel looks at you and draws the conclusion that his answer isn't going to satisfy you. So he continues.
She was a student at the school of magic I attended. She was very intelligent, social, and incredibly beautiful. We both were majoring on pyromancy, but on our third term, she got fascinated with demonology. Demonology was never an option for a major study, but it was possible to study it in a small group led by a very talented old wizard who knew all the risks and dangers about demons. But some idiots are always drawn to easy power. Some idiot of the group used their classroom to summon a demon into the school. That, for obvious reasons, went straight to hell. She was killed, and so were 24 other students and guards.
What happened after that? Gabriel shrugs.
The demon was killed and life went on. I graduated, started wandering around, did a few odd jobs, saw some strange stuff, got my share of kicks and slashes.
A moment of silence descends on the table before Gabriel continues.
It's just that whenever I think of what could have been, I think of her and, well, I still remember her face. Fire is such an easy tool.
That's a sad story.
I'm not here to amuse. If you want that, you could go talk to Horatio.
Gabriel leans on his fist. He seems to be lost in thought. You decide not to bother him anymore.
You again, huh?
Who are you and what do you do for a living? The wizard stretches a bit before answering.
My name is Gabriel, and I am a freelance spellcaster. That means I travel a lot, and if I need any money or food, I perform some sort of favor for the locals. Right now, I choose to stay here for the time being. Tedium is just what I need right now.
Can you teach me any spells? Gabriel is, surprisingly enough, willing to teach you some spells he believes you can handle.
And now you are schooled. Feeling better? So much easier than going to an Empire-run school of magic, don't you think?
I take it you don't care about the restrictions the Empire has on teaching magic? Gabriel lets out a disgusted snort.
Those stuck-up bureaucrats. What do they know about magic? Besides, who's going to tell them I'm teaching magic wherever I go? My customers? Doubt it, and no one else knows about what I do. And another thing, what are they going to do to me if I do get caught? Kill me? Ha.
The wizard's laughter is cut short once he realizes who he's talking about.
They probably would kill me, wouldn't they? Oh, I guess I should be careful not to go back to the towns I've already visited.
I have another question. What can you tell me about the rat problem here in Untitled Land?
I never knew rats could be a real problem before, so I can't help you there.
Gabriel suddenly chuckles.
But I do remember Horatio the wizard babbling something about the lair of the rats. Maybe you should see him.
This man has the air of a businessman around him, or at least that's probably what he's hoping to achieve. He has a goatee, his light brown hair is cut short, and the suit he is wearing is of fine quality and tailored to fit him perfectly. He is counting money, mostly copper and some silver, but brushes the coins and pulls out a dagger when he sees you.
What the hell? Who told you you could unlock that door?
He points the dagger at you. The door was locked, so I thought it needed to be opened.
This is outrageous.
The man screams.
When I lock my door, it means that no one, and I mean no one, will enter unless I give them the permission. Now remove yourself from my office immediately.
True adventurers pay no heed to doors, especially if there's a lock on the door. One of the downsides of breaking into random people's homes is that if the owner is home, then the situation might turn nasty. That being said, the owner of this house shakes his finger at you in horror.
Gah, strangers. In my home. Where is my wand of lightning?
You try to calm the man down. Fortunately, you are successful. He introduces himself as Heron.
Why the hell did you have to break into my home?
I was wondering if there's anything a gifted band of adventurers like us could do for you?
Gifted like you say? Absolutely.
The man exclaims to one of the corners of the house.
Take out the trash, will ya? I usually throw it outside near a big tree. Please place the trash under the tree. There's no need to throw it anywhere you please. This town would be a pigsty if everyone did that.
Sneak in Scurftown hired you to creep inside the Duffeldorf Manor and steal items from within. You must be stealthy and give the items to Sneak once you're done. It's time to take out the trash. Literally. Or is it literally?
What now?
The trash is no more.
Good job, kiddo. Now here's your reward.
The man fishes out an apple from his pocket and gives it to you.
There you go. It will keep you healthy.
The man in front of you is not dressed like a normal priest. He has your average white robe over his head and wrapped around his shoulders, but underneath it he wears an iron scale mail. A huge hammer is resting on his shoulder with seemingly no effort. He inspects you in an uncaring way.
Well, What the hell do you want, ya?
At this point, a sheep baas very loudly outside. Strange. Rituals. I am interested in learning your priestly rituals. Vercingetorix is willing to teach you some of his deity's rituals, but only of the lowliest sort, and even they don't come cheap.
The rituals will help you banish the weak.
Do you provide healing? The priest nods.
Yeah, I do. But only the weak suffer injuries from combat.
Cow outside goes moo apparently.
All of them. The strong need no healing. Do you?
I don't need any healing. You receive a nod of approval. Is there an animal farm outside your temple?
What kind of a stupid?
The grunting of pigs makes this word incomprehensible.
Are ya? Of course not.
It's just that an awful lot of animals are making sounds out there.
Oh, they are they? Well,
You hear some kind of gobbling sound.
me. 'Cause I don't hear.
A wolf howls.
Could it be that you're out of your
A mighty roar fills your ears.
mind, huh?
The priest takes a step closer.
By my religion, I am not an aggressive man. But if you don't get your
You can't even imagine what kind of animal makes this kind of trumpeting sound.
carcass out of my temple, I'll rip the holy hammer off my neck and I'll...
The priest's face twists in an effort to control his rage. This seems like a good time as any to end this conversation. You read the sign. The sign has a picture of a hammer over an anvil. This door leads to a smithy. Do you wish to enter? Sure. The forge is a hot, loud, fiery pit of metalwork. The racket is created by the Lord of the Forge. Drops of sweat begin to run down your cheeks just by looking at the man. He is furiously bending the metal on the anvil to his will. Although the shape of the metal does not yet resemble any piece of armor or weapon, you are confident that this smith knows what he's doing. Why else would he bellow things like,
Fire. Break metal.
You inquire the smith his name. He roars,
Sendos.
My good smith, I was wondering if I could discuss matters of Scurftown with you. Sendos turns to you holding his hammer above his head. With a confused look he asks,
Metal?
No. I want to know about rumors and people and so forth.
Ga.
Sendos flails his hammer over his head.
No people. Metal. Fire.
The verbose smith turns back to his anvil and begins to hammer once more.
Fire?
Yes, I want to know about metal. Sendos grins in glee.
Metal good. Iron. Bronze. Steel. Fire forge all.
The smith turns to his anvil and raises his hammer.
Forge now.
He runs to the anvil and hammers more furiously than ever. The conversation being as fruitful as this, you decide not to extend it any longer. I see a bed in this forge. Do you actually sleep here as well? The hammer is brought down on the lump of metal.
Where anvil that my home.
You begin to wonder if this man has problems expressing his thoughts clearly. Do you have your quality items for sale?
Metal.
The smith roars as you inspect his wares. Unfortunately, Sendos is not a very skilled blacksmith. Still, you can find some items that interest you in his smithy.
The current political situation in Upper Avernum.
A thin man in loose black clothing approaches you. His face is pale and his bone structure is clearly visible in his skinny face. He licks his lips and smiles in an unfriendly way before he opens his mouth.
Ah, travelers. Tis. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Morris. Tis. I beg your pardon for being so direct, but I am wondering if you've seen two farm boys. Tis. They stole a sword from a friend of mine.
What do these farm boys look like?
My friend described their image to me in perfect detail. They are easy to spot. One of them is tall, slightly over 6 foot with red hair. This one carries the sword stolen from my friend. He is easily spotted by the fact that he wears no pants. Tis. The sword is in fact a ceremonial dervish sword, so it should be easy to spot. The other boy is in fact a girl. Tis. They are both aged around 17. Please, if you come across them, let me know. The dark one. My friend will reward you handsomely if you spot them.
Which dark one is that?
The dark one?
Morris looks around in confusion.
No one mentioned the dark one. At least, not I. I was simply talking about my friend. Dirk one. Yes, that is his name.
The next sentence is probably not for your ears.
See how I overcame this slip-up, O Lord of Lies.
What's the reward for finding these two?
As I stated mere seconds ago, you will be rewarded handsomely. Tis.
There is something very unsettling about this man. Maybe it's the way he keeps pushing his tongue out of his mouth like you were a serpent. Or maybe it's the way he keeps looking away from you when he speaks and mutters something like,
Yes, my lord.
Or,
The light will perish.
Odd fellows like him should be enjoyed from a distance. You read the sign, barracks. The captain of the town garrison sits in front of you. He has obviously spent hours polishing his armor since both his helmet and chain mail gleam brightly. His boots have not received the same care. They simply lie in the corner. Besides his clothing, the captain seems to be in his early 40s. He is a lean man and a blonde, well-trimmed goatee adorns his chin. He looks at you with a mildly helpful look.
New faces, eh? I hope this day finds you better than it does me. I am Rollington, Captain, First Class. Is there something you wanted from me?
What troubles the city guard these days?
Is that supposed to mean something?
The captain asks while leaning forward in his chair.
Are you implying that Empire garrisons always have a problem of some sort that require outside help to sort it out? I'll have you know that this garrison is doing fine. We don't have bandits, undead, and definitely not rats plaguing us. Everything is under control. Yep, it's in the bag.
Rollington leans back in his chair and appears to be mumbling to himself.
Unfortunately, there's a gaping hole in the bag and I can't remember where I put it. Bandits and undead.
Tell me about the bandits.
But I just told you we don't have a bandit problem.
The captain lets out a disgruntled sigh.
All right, fine. We have rats. We have undead. And yes, we have problems with bandits. Oh, why me? Why wasn't I stationed somewhere cozy? The bandits have a hidden lair somewhere in the haunted hills. I've sent scouting patrols there, but they've either returned empty-handed or without any hands at all, which is quite peculiar. Fortunately, the bandits aren't much of a problem. They seem to have adapted a policy of attacking poor people on the roads, and there are enough patrols on the roads to make bandit attacks a rare thing.
Tell me about the undead.
The undead are, oddly enough, very peaceful. They only occasionally attack someone, and even then they don't do it with much force. There's just one slight little problem in dealing with them.
Rowlington's voice is filled with bitterness.
That moron Fuzzle won't allow me to send men to flush the monsters out of haunted hills. He's found some ridiculous ancient scroll that states that an empire region must have an undead lair that nobody clears out. I mean, what the hell?
Tell me about the rats.
The rats just appear out of nowhere. Fortunately, they are not a problem. In fact, It almost cheers me up that they're the only thing attacking us with great numbers right now.
The captain chuckles.
They're even easier to deal with than goblins, and unlike goblins, they don't pillage or steal anything.
A thought crosses the captain's mind.
At least, most people believe they don't steal anything.
So, is there any kind of reward for stopping any of these, shall we say, monster plagues? The captain looks almost horrified, in a depressing kind of way.
Oh no, I don't like to put out rewards. It just encourages the people to dash all over the land and get killed.
Rollington groans most piteously.
I get in all kinds of trouble when people start dying on my watch. Although, technically I am obliged to offer a reward to anyone who brings me the head of the bandit leader or stops the undead monsters.
The man bolts upright almost instantly.
Wait, why did I say that? Just ignore it.
Too late. That counts as a quest. The defeated captain slumps into his chair.
I suppose it does. Woe is me. I just hope that when you get killed, your bodies will never be discovered. That way at least I'll dodge a shouting.
Bandits are hiding somewhere in the haunted hills. Captain Rollington in Scurftown practically insisted that you eliminate their leader. An undead lair that nobody bothered to clear out can be found somewhere in the caves of Haunted Hills. This means you must go there and exterminate the monsters. The two guards block your way to the warehouse with their weapons. They seem unusually keen for people who have to stand around in one spot all day. They give you a serious look that tells you not to mess with them. One of them growls.
Hold it right there. No one is allowed inside the grain store before they show us their identification.
Wave your hand. I don't need to show you my identification. The two guards look surprised. One of them glances at the other, who simply shrugs. The first one leans closer to you and waves his hand also.
Yeah, you do. No one can get in without showing their identification.
Identification? For what?
Only a pre-accepted list of townspeople may enter the storage, and we need to be certain of their identification.
That's all for now. Thanks. A flower shop is not quite what you expected to find in Scurftown, and yet here it is. Various flowers and plants, the likes of which ye have never seen, accompany the many counters and corners of the shop. They give a rather pleasant odor. The owner of the shop is a man in his 30s. He has neatly cut hair, a neatly trimmed mustache, and a neatly tailored yet not too expensive suit. He smiles at you warmly.
Greetings and welcome. I am Terrence the florist. Please feel free to observe the flowers and buy any you like.
You sell flowers?
Oh, I wish to. Of course, I knew I would barely sell anything at all when we moved here with the wife. I used to own a shop in Lorelei, and even back there I barely made a living. Still, I don't complain.
How are your sales, then?
Besides the occasional romantic soul who buys a flower for his sweetheart, I have but one regular customer.
Terrence turns away from you for a second to address the girl playing in the shop.
Put that down, Dana. That's very delicate. Pardon me, where was I? Ah, yes. My customer. Even she does not come to my shop personally. Occasionally, Lady Duffeldorf sends one of her maids to buy flowers for her garden.
I have another question.
How may I help you?
Is that your daughter? Terrence smiles.
Yes, she is. Little Dana. She looks so much like her mother, and she is only 4. Her sister, my wife tells me, looks a bit more like me.
Terrence sighs contently and says nothing more. You read the sign. The Great Wizard Horatio. Whatever the inhabitant of the house is cooking in here, it makes the air hard to breathe. Too many strange, sharp odors fill your nostrils and make your eyes water. The reason for this eco-disaster stands in front of you. A wizard. The owner of this house stands ahead of you wearing the traditional robes of a wizard. They seem to have suffered from acid burns and the like, no doubt caused by careless experimentation. The wizard's long, gray beard bounces back and forth as he moves towards you. His face. Well, actually, his face is quite well preserved. Despite his graying facial hair, his face is free of wrinkles.
Mom, greetings, strangers.
The wizard speaks in a cackling voice indicating that he is very old.
Is it adventurers my old eyes see? Mom, welcome to my shop. I am Horatio the Mighty Wizard. How may I assist you today?
Can you teach me any spells?
No. No, definitely not. Mom, a wizard of my power does not wish to share his strength with would-be rivals. Mom, I am not like that fool Gabriel. He just sits around in an inn and offers training to all who seek it.
Horatio frowns in disgust.
When the Empire finds out about him, he'll be in one tight spot. You mark my words. Mom.
This lab equipment sure looks complex. The wizard looks around his workshop with an air of smugness around him.
Mom, yes indeed. They look complex for the untrained, but I assure you I have mastered all of them. Mom, I could spend hours explaining their uses to you, but I am sure we both are very busy.
I am looking for the lair of the rats. As a great wizard, can you offer me any assistance? Horatio strokes his beard knowingly.
Mom, the rats you say? Destiny is at work here. Mom.
The wizard nods his head.
For it just so happens that I need someone to fetch me some ingredients for a locator spell. A locator spell that will reveal the true location of the rat's lair.
How fortunate that he would be doing this when you need to find the rat's lair. What a stroke of good luck.
But I still need the ingredients. Mom, yes I do.
Fetch ingredients? What do I look like? A domestic helper?
Mom.
The wizard snorts his nose defiantly.
Either you help me, or you will never find the lair of the rats.
He may be right. Besides, doing menial tasks in order to reach your goal is one of the most essential parts of being an adventurer. What kind of ingredients do you need? The wizard pulls out a scroll from his sleeve.
The first one of this very ancient spell is.
He squints in order to read the scroll.
The moss that grows on the untitled alder. Mom, yes. Yes indeed. The tree grows only here in the northern swamps. You can recognize it from its peculiar color. The second ingredient is the poison gland of a giant hornet. These deadly beasts can be found in the southern mountain range. Mom, and the final, possibly the most hard to find, ingredient. Fresh milk from a cow.
You know, I'm fairly sure it's not any specific moss that's needed. Just scoop up something. Horatio raises his eyebrows. When he speaks, he seems to forget the old and cackling way of speaking. Instead, he speaks with the voice of an uncertain young man.
Oh, you think? Well, I guess I could give it a try.
The wizard walks to one of his tables and gathers some kind of powder from one of the bowls.
This is moss, I think.
Hornet's poison gland? Just use that green stuff in your lab equipment. Horatio looks timidly at the lab equipment and speaks in a noticeably younger tone of voice.
You think that would work? Well, okay.
Horatio picks up a vial of the green goo. There's some cheese on that bread over there. That's practically fresh milk. The wizard scratches his head.
Well, cheese is made out of milk, but, well, okay, I guess it couldn't hurt.
As Horatio picks up the cheese, you can't help but wonder why his voice has suddenly lost its old crackness. That's all of the ingredients, I believe. But before you mix them all up, allow me to place myself behind the sturdy oak table. Horatio stares at the ingredients.
Well, this is not quite what I set out for. But I suppose a great wizard can improvise when the need arises.
There's that cackling voice again. You cautiously move behind the table and turn it over. Behind the table you can hear Horatio cackling away as he pours water into his wizarding cauldron, and one by one drops in the necessary ingredients. Then there is a bubbling sound.
Mom, the ingredients are mixing up nicely. Yes, I believe I can.
The wizard's voice is cut off by a thundering explosion. Once the debris stops falling, you cautiously take a peek from behind the table. Horatio seems to have expired. Usually, alive people have more innards than that. A small, if a bit charred, iron key hangs from Horatio's disfigured neck. Being the corpse-looting bastard you are, you pocket it. So much for the whole locator spell. You can't shake off the feeling that you've sped something up a bit, but at the same time you missed out on some kind of wonderful experience. A journal rests on the pedestal. Reading its cover, you find out that it belongs to Horatio. The fact of the matter is that Horatio is dead. So you open the journal to see what the wizard had been up to prior to his death. The first entry reads, "I have successfully entered Scurftown as Horatio the Wizard. No more shall people mock me for being the trapper that I am. I can already see respect from people's eyes, and I have only dressed as a wizard." So Horatio was not really a wizard. You can't say that's a surprise considering how he got killed. You read on about how Horatio tried his utmost to do some magic, or at least alchemy, which the man could not tell apart. One of the last entries catches your eye. The rats have been growing in numbers lately. They have also acted strangely aggressive. I believe someone is sending rats to attack Scurftown. I must find this lair. Then I will perform a hocus-pocus trick and claim to have seen the lair because of my spell. I will be a hero. The final entry is dated 2 weeks after the previous entry. I found it. Finally, my tracking skills were worth something. Now all I must do is find suitable buffoons to find ingredients for me, and I can finally do some magic. In the journal is a map revealing the location of the rat lair. It lies to the west. Here we have a locked chest. These pesky little containers mock the very idea of adventuring. Take absolutely everything that isn't bolted to the floor. They simply scream to your face. You can't open me. I dare you to try and open me. You can't do it. That's right, you suck. Go suck a lemon and run home to your mama. Bitch, that's pretty rude. You're not gonna take that from an inanimate object, are you? I don't think locked chests say that. Then you obviously haven't got a drop of imagination. Look at it. Just look at the chest. It's smirking. thinks you're a failure and that you are since you're not going to touch it. Now here's a man who is clearly worried. Everything about him tells you that. He shifts his weight from one leg to another all the time. He looks around worriedly and he is biting his lower lip. Also, he keeps saying things like,
Ooh, where is she?
"Perhaps you can help the man. What trouble burdens you?" The man seems to notice you for the first time.
Ooh, none of you are her. Of course I would have noticed her if you would have been her. Why must I let my hope rise so? But maybe you've seen her? Or maybe you've been sent by her. Tell me, did Rosemary send you to find Ward? What's keeping her?
The man's miserable babbling is both incomprehensible and very annoying. I've no idea what you were talking about, but perhaps I can help you. The miserable look on Ward's face makes him look like a beaten puppy.
I should have known something would happen. She's been going on her walks for months, and it was bound to go amiss one day. Rosemary and I were supposed to meet by the statues after her hike. She goes hiking often near the old ruins to the east. I keep telling her it's dangerous, but she always just laughs it off and asks why. Why?
The man shouts and gestures to the air.
Who knows what dangers lurk in the wilds? I know I don't. That's why I stay in Scurftown.
Why won't you look for her yourself?
But she might be coming to meet me as we speak. If I run off now and she'd show up afterwards, then she'd be worried about me. And with good reason. There are monsters out in the wild.
I'll look for Rosemary, though I might have better things to do.
You will? That's great. Like I said, she often visits the ruins to the east. Ooh, they're so dangerous. A rock could have fallen on her. Please make haste. She could be in real trouble.
The worried man shoos you off one quest richer. You read the sign. Scurftown, south, 2 miles. Yonder lands, north, 75 miles. A group of guards stop you by the road. You can tell they are not regular Empire guards. No self-respecting soldier would wear purple. Mercenaries, on the other hand, will wear anything if the pay is right. These guards are set for their job. Without a word, they compare your faces to a sketch they have. You don't resemble the person they are looking for, and you are allowed to pass. Doors of this quality do not simply open for your kind, no matter how much you try to bash it or pick its lock. Nay, the doors of nobility are opened by one mean and one mean only: knocking. Knock on the door. The door is opened by a balding man with slick, black hair. He wears a fancy suit and snorts in contempt as he sees you.
Yes?
He inquires coldly,
Is there something you, gentlemen want?
"Who owns this manor?"
The manor is owned by the respectable Lord Duffeldorf and his wife, Lady Tabitha. If you do not even know that, then I wonder why you even knocked on the door.
"May we come in?"
Is the Lord expecting you?
The butler asks haughtily. "No." A mocking smile appears on the butler's face.
Then there is no way you may set foot in this manor.
The butler continues to stand in the doorway, but he does not close the door. Perhaps he wants to see you leave personally.
Well, why are you still here?
"What is your name?"
My name matters not to you.
"Well, shucks. Then why did you ask?"
All you need to know about me is that I am the butler of Lord Duffeldorf, and I'm not letting you inside the manor.
How might I gain access to the manor?
You cannot. The Lord only wants invited guests inside, and since the Lord does not even know you, then there is not an ounce of hope for your entry.
Is there any way I can persuade you to let me in?
If you mean by using words, then I assure you, you are not that skilled with words. If you mean by performing some kind of task for me, then I assure you, I need nothing from you. If you mean by bribing me with coin, then I bid you good day.
You do not recognize this plant. It sure isn't very pretty, though. It must be a useful plant that the people here use for forage for domestic animals. You could collect some of it and none would be the wiser. Why would I need forage? Who knows? Perhaps a guard wants to pick his teeth with it and you cannot advance on your quest before you give him some forage? Pays to be prepared for anything. I'll gather some. You picked up this key from the wizard's charred remains. It still seems functional and will no doubt open the door to Horatio's bedroom. This is forage. Animals like the common cow eat stuff like this. In order for the forage to be useful, it needs to be brought to a said cow. For reasons unknown, a single cow grazes the gardens of the manor. She is a fine specimen indeed. Clearly she would make a good milking cow, though you doubt that is the reason she is here. Perhaps she is simply a pet? She does at least have a beautiful collar. It states her name in silver letters. Tamara. Pet the cow. You give the cow a firm pat on the side. This makes Tamara gaze at you with disinterest. Perhaps that isn't the right way to pet a cow. I have another question. Tamara states something along the lines of, "Moo?" You run your fingers on the wall. Sure enough, you find that a portion of the wall is not really there. You make sure that no one sees you and step through the wall. You are inside the manor. You are about to step further into the manor and complete your task. However, barging in like this would be foolish. You have a much greater risk of getting caught if your entire party enters the manor. It would be wiser if only one of you would sneak inside the manor. Hold on. Why can't my entire party enter? Like I said, the risk of getting caught is much greater when several people are sneaking inside the manor, especially since you people walk in single file. There are guards in there who will spot you, and it's easier to slip out of view when there's only one of you. But if my entire party goes in there, they can kill the guards more efficiently. I'm sighing in here. Look, what if I told you there isn't much fighting in there? In fact, you can complete the task without killing anyone. I'll even advise that you pick a character with high tool use. Now choose your goddamn sneaker already. Okay. You don't have to shout. You quietly open the door. It leads to a bedroom and someone is here. You can hear footsteps coming from your right. Someone is at the bookshelves. You step into the hallway and freeze. There is a guard in front of you. Fortunately, he has his back turned to you at the moment. That could change very soon if the guard decides to turn around. You open the door to the guard's bedroom. You are very lucky to find that no one saw or heard you open the door. 2 guards are sleeping and a third one is idly rolling dice by a table. How to Act Around the Wealthy by I am Maureen. The first thing you have to know when conversing with the wealthy is that they are better than you. It is a simple fact of life. Therefore, the manners of the wealthy may seem strange and indeed even frightening to the poverty. But once you have read my book, you will know how to properly behave in their company. Chapter 1. Boot Licking. You spot another guard loitering ahead of you. He is poking a torch on the wall with a bored look on his face. He hasn't noticed you yet. If you keep close to the wall, he might walk away and you could advance. Aha! You find a loose tile on the wall. Cleverly, you decide to pull it and the wall in front of you fades away. You step into the treasury. You think you have detected a trap in the area ahead. Your character with the highest tool use skill can attempt to disarm it. The trap doesn't seem difficult. Try to disarm the trap. You put your hands over the chest. With a simple movement of your wrists, you could open the chest and rob the Duffeldorfs. But let's stop for a moment and think about what you are doing. You are robbing a man who has done nothing to you. Perhaps his entire fortune lies in these chests. What becomes of him once you are done? Is this really what you want to do? Quit moralizing. I've got people to rob. Fair enough. Look at the chests again to open them. The guard notices you and shouts an alarm that everybody in the manor heard. You rejoin your party, your task complete. Now all that is left to do is return to sneak. Here is the loot from the manor. Sneak looks at you in disbelief as you show him the valuables.
I'm surprised. Really, I am. That's quite impressive since I haven't even heard of anything about a massacre at the manor.
Sneak shrugs.
Good job. Now hand over the loot so I can deliver it to my employer.
If it's all the same to you, I'd rather keep this stuff. Sneak throws a murdering stare at you. He reaches inside his jacket, but calmly pulls out an empty hand.
This isn't over. Mark my words. Just because I won't kill you here doesn't mean you'll get away with this. I don't want any trouble in Scurftown, but you better watch your back in Untitled Land.
Sneak storms out of the tavern. You've wandered into a once inhabited area, or at least you think it had buildings in it a long time ago. Ancient crumbled walls can be seen all around you. The only structure that ranges higher than your knee is a stone circle. A stone circle which has a woman standing in it. She does not seem to be enjoying the ruins. She seems agitated, even frightened. Her every move indicates that she fears for her life, and the reason is obvious. Rats have surrounded her. She desperately fends them off with a pointy stick. However, soon the rats might overcome this dangerous obstacle. She hasn't noticed you, and the rats don't seem to care about your presence either. Ask if the woman is Rosemary.
What?
She asks in a panicked voice.
No, I'm not Rosemary, but surely that doesn't matter. You'll still help me, right?
Of course. Charge. The rats squeak no more. The woman, visibly shaken by the event, walks to you and begins to speak.
Thank you. You saved my life. I know these were only rats, but I've never killed anything.
The woman looks at the rat carcasses.
And that one looks especially big. How on earth did you come by here?
You explain that you were looking for a woman called Rosemary. The information surprises the woman.
She was only here minutes ago. She was exploring these ruins just like me. We talked in length about all the ruins here in Untitled Land. I mentioned this ancient battlement I had only recently discovered. It's hidden through the bushes near the south end of the swamps. She sounded excited about it. Perhaps she went there?
You thank the woman for the information and depart. These trees sure look different from the basic 4 types of trees you recognize. Although they are quite similar to that one tree whose name you can't remember right now, they are still different. For one thing, their leaves are of a different shade of green. There are also other botanical differences, but none of them are really worth mentioning. In fact, the whole tree is utterly insignificant. In fact, it would have hardly been worth mentioning them if it wasn't for that weird moss growing on some of them. That moss could be useful for alchemical potions, but more than likely it's completely useless. Leave. This is the area the woman in the ruins told you about, and indeed it is extremely hard to make your way through the trees. It's as if something is making you take odd turns and throw you off course. Eventually you find a safe path through the difficult terrain. At the edge of the swamp, the ground is moist and squashy. Trudging through this terrain is really annoying. Your foot sinks into the marsh once again. But this time, when you pull it out, you kick an ancient battered shield as well. It has rusted away completely. Trekking deeper into the swampy area, you find more rusty armor and weapons. Even though you'd like to find a totally awesome ancient blade of some sort, none of these qualify. It isn't even worth picking them up since nobody would be dumb enough to buy them. Then you hear it.
Ark, Lord Almighty, look at the size of that mushroom.
You push away vegetation to reveal a person of indeterminate sex being attacked by giant fungus. Ask if the person is Rosemary.
What the hell kind of a question is that?
The man, yes, it's definitely a man, shouts as he dodges the attack of a poison fungus and lands a death blow on a spore beast. How rude. He doesn't want to answer your question. Help him anyway. Once it becomes evident that none of the spores of the fungi plan to choke you or anything, you approach the man you saved.
That could have been a really ugly situation. It could have. Last time I wander off on my own, this is. Here, take these arrows. I found them on this battlement, I did. They seem to be the only thing still of service. They are.
You take the arrows and ask the man if he has met a woman called Rosemary.
Why, yes. Yes, I did. She was also exploring this ancient battleground. She was excited about some symbol on a shield. She claimed that a similar rune could be found carved on a hill in the northeastern part of Haunted Hill, near some boulders. In retrospect, she was oddly precise on where she was going. She was.
Thanks for the information. Farewell. You enter a small commune of buildings. They are inhabited by lumberjacks. They're okay. They sleep all night. They work all day. They cut down trees. They eat their lunch. They go to the lavatory. Some of them put on women's clothes. You stop for a moment to talk to them. They talk mostly about cutting down trees, and some are way too excited about high heels. You ask about the rats.
They sometimes dare to enter our camp, but we give him what's what with our axes. Although,
the lumberjack lowers his voice.
Sometimes at night some of the boys claim they've seen a beast the size of a bear near the camp. But it's not shaped like a bear, see? It's the shape of a rat. The boys all say it moved to the hills to the west.
You thank the men for the information. An elderly woman greets you outside a tiny cottage. She asks you how you are doing and compliments the state of your young, strong bodies. She asks you to join her inside her cottage for rations and beverages. She talks in length about her weak hip and sore legs. She also mentions that the increasing number of rats has put a strain of her livelihood, which is alchemy. She displays several of her potions to you. When you ask her if she would like to sell the potions, she declines, but tells you that she would be more than happy to teach you some recipes. Learn recipes. You can buy alchemy recipes, but you don't have to. You find a supply cache. Thinking that whoever hid these supplies must have hidden them for you, you dig up the supplies. They turn out to be a potion and a bronze helmet. You walk into what looks like yet another ancient ruin. This time there is very little to be seen. You only find some foundations of ancient buildings covered in vegetation of old. Nothing has stood the test of time and looters. 2 large statue-like boulders bound the area. That is, if they were statues once. Centuries of rain have made them nothing more than big rocks. Of course, there's also the dozen or so humanoid shapes congregating amidst the shadow of the other boulder. Upon closer inspection, they turn out to be undead and they're attacking a woman in robes. Ask if the woman is Rosemary. The woman doesn't seem to hear your question, or then she is simply too busy blasting a ghoul with holy energy to answer. You ask the question again, but a snarling zombie must have muffled the question for her. Well, help her anyway? I suppose. It seems like the thing that I do. Ignoring all the thank yous and you saved me's, you skip right to the part where you ask where Rosemary went this time. After the standard puzzlement that comes with the question, the priest answers.
Why yes, I did indeed come across the woman Rosemary. She was searching for these ruins for. Well, it was a bit unclear to me. However, she mentioned that she was going to an ancient stone tablet. The stone tablet, she told me, is located at the southeastern point of Haunted Hills.
The woman reaches into her robes and pulls out 2 potion flasks.
Here, take these as reward for helping me.
Thank you. You read the sign, Haunted Hills, location of the standard undead cave no one has bothered to clear out. E177B/2. It wouldn't be fair to say you walked into an ambush. After all, you did see the men from afar. You also noticed that they were brandishing their weapons quite openly. This alone made you reserved about them. When you get close enough, you realize they are a bunch of snarling idiots known as bandits. They all seem to have a yellow lizard painted on the chest of their armor. Hopefully your search for Rosemary has come to an end. You've entered an area not like the ruins you've searched for Rosemary before. Rather, there is simply 1 stone tablet to be seen, and about 12 of armed thugs. They have surrounded a body, with any luck an unconscious body, of a woman. All of them have a yellow lizard embroidered on their sleeve. They are arguing so loudly who should have the loot that they haven't noticed you. But that can be easily arranged. Ask if the bandits have surrounded Rosemary. That was a dumb thing to do. The bandits don't care about giving you answers. In fact, they might not even know if the woman is Rosemary. No matter, you still have to fight them. The woman appears to be alive and well. She does have a bump on the head and a few other bruises, but none of the wounds should leave a mark. You wake her up. Once she has recovered up to the point where she can form coherent sentences, you ask her the question. Are you Rosemary? She is. She is a bit dazed but delighted that you came to her rescue. She asks how you found her. You reply that Ward sent you to find her.
Who?
Rosemary inquires. You explain.
Oh.
A look of worried disgust appears on the woman's face.
That man is not a friend of mine. In fact, he stalks me and whines to me all the time. Were he not such a coward, I'm sure he'd follow me around when I hunt for ancient ruins.
At the mere mention of the words ancient ruins, Rosemary's spirit is lifted.
Say, since you've been following me, you've seen all the ruins I know about. Tell me, what do you think of them?
I didn't really have time to explore them.
But you should have. They're fascinating. I could spend days trying to figure out who they belong to, and I have.
A thought crosses Rosemary's mind.
On second thought, maybe it was best for me that you didn't explore the ruins. Had you come an hour later, I don't even want to think about what these bandits were going to do to me, and I would have lost all these artifacts.
She opens her rather large leather sack, which reveals a bunch of crap. Rosemary has collected several broken, albeit weird-looking, weapons and stone tablets. The tablets have weird carvings on them that could well be writing.
Aren't these enthralling? I've never seen the likes of them. I believe that Untitled Land once housed an ancient civilization.
Rosemary pauses for dramatic effect.
A civilization that wasn't human. Some of the bones on the battlements are humanoid, but not human.
What do you think happened to the civilization?
I haven't figured that out yet. My guess is that some kind of natural disaster occurred. Perhaps a plague wiped them all out. These ruins predate the Empire's rule by many years. I'm sure that once I can decipher all these ancient stone tablets, then I can at least get a clue about what these creatures were. That reminds me, I should get back to work. But first, before I forget again.
Rosemary begins to rummage through her sack. She hands you some beautiful arrows and a gemstone. You thank her in turn and bid her farewell. There is a lot of buzzing and swooping going on around this particular tree. The tree is ancient and huge. On one of the branches you spot a hornet's nest, the size of which you have never seen. Several giant hornets zip in and out of the nest. Your course of action is obvious. You must climb the tree and raid the hornet's nest. Why, you might ask? Well, hornets make honey, so there's a possibility to gain something and definitely something to fight. What more do you need? I'm already climbing the tree. And here come the hornets. As soon as you grabbed a hold of their tree, they began to swarm on you. You narrowly evade one of their stinging attempts by jumping down from the tree. The hornet is temporarily stuck in the tree trunk, but manages to break free by detaching its poison stinger. A new one immediately regenerates in place. Ugh, the honey in the hornet's nest tastes foul. No one in their right mind would eat that stuff. Raiding the hornet's nest turned out to be a disappointment. You receive no loot. The only thing you gained is those poison stingers that are now attached to your armor, which you collect. The hornets did a pretty good job detaching these stingers into your armor. Now all you have to do is find a use for them. Whoa, now you were ambushed. Dark shapes drop out of the trees behind you. You draw your weapons and turn to face your foe. They turn out to be zombies who moan and shamble very slowly towards you. Gathered around the campfire are over half a dozen figures that are clearly bandits. It is obvious just by the way they talk and the way they look. One of them looks a bit different, however. He is wearing wizard's robes. Could it be that the bandits have spellcasters in their disposal? Regardless of that, you attack. You enter the caverns full of excitement. The air surrounding you is dry. The caverns are dark and the cavern floor is covered with ancient dry sand. Some mushrooms seem to enjoy it though, but it is not for these reasons that you are excited. Oh no, it is something very different. These dark caverns are clearly the lair of undead. You can hear their shambling and moaning coming from deep within. Undead are an all too familiar foe to adventurers. They can pop up everywhere and it's relatively easy to explain the reason for their existence. For example, dark sorcerers, ancient curses, and defiled tombs can all be the cause of an undead plague. Now it is your thrilling task to find out why these. Well, actually, sounds like blimey. A nutter of blighters found its way on our side. Usually aren't associated with undead lairs. What on earth is going on here? Well, those weird voices you heard at the entrance aside, you have definitely hit a lair of undead scum. Quite frankly, their lair stinks, but what can you expect from unliving beings who rot all over the place? Also, you have heard that undead sometimes feast on young babies. Surely you are doing the world a favor by destroying them. Humanoids approach you. You ready your blade, thinking you'll be fighting more undead. However, one of the apparitions shouts,
Hey look, loot. For the golden gecko.
There appears to be bandits in this cave as well as undead. A strange meeting opens in front of you. Actually, considering where you are, it's not that strange. However, undead rarely kneel in front of anything as far as you're aware. Of course, now that you've stumbled close enough, the undead begin to rise and advance on you, snarling as the mindless beasts do. You notice a red, glowing apparition on a platform in front of the undead. It seemed to be speaking ethereal whispers to the gathered undead, though it doesn't seem to want to attack you, yet. Aha! This could be the reason the undead are here. A defiled altar. This place could have been once the worship site of a primitive tribe where they performed cruel animal sacrifices and worshipped evil demons. Now that someone has defiled this altar of pure evil, or maybe the altar was holy once. Nonetheless, you can feel a mix of unholy energy and magic in the air, and this altar could very well be the cause of that. But what to do with it? Defile the altar. Defile an already desecrated altar? Brilliant! How does one do that? Urinate on it. A cunning plan, devious even. You perform said task while grinning malevolently. This may be a somewhat unorthodox way of getting rid of a desecrated altar, but you're always up for new ideas. Besides, whoever created this altar must be seething with rage with the treatment his or her instrument of evil is getting. The altar is still here, only now you have urinated on it. Surely no evil creature would want to be near it. You know you don't. Whoa, this small building is full of skulls and a terrible stench, though the smell is not coming from the skulls. 3 rotting zombies are apparently having a conversation in here.
Brains,
Says one of them.
Brains.
The other one agrees. The third shakes his head and puts a hand on his gut.
No. Liver. More iron.
Then they notice you, put aside their differences, and attack. You read the obelisk, grave of Tsog the Mighty, powerful loot promised for all grave defilers. What a strange sight to behold. 3 training dummies are lined up next to a cavern wall. A skeleton and a ghoul approach them. The skeleton, without any facial features whatsoever, manages to look unsure. Suddenly, it puts its bony arms around the dummy and gives it a hug. The ghoul, however, claws and bites the dummy. The skeleton looks at its comrade and proceeds to claw the dummy too. Whoops, this is embarrassing. You have walked in on a zombie who seems to be desperately searching for its nose. It is ambling away with a pained look on what remains of its face. A group of skeletons are cackling and pointing their skeletal fingers at it. However, the whole scene is disrupted once the undead catch the scent of your sweet, sweet living flesh. You read the sign, hug don't kill. You read the sign, the specter, please knock upon entering. You read the sign, the summoning device, please do not touch. At first glance, you thought this room to be empty. However, once you stepped into it, a specter emerged from its shadows. You were about to grab your weapons, but then it said,
"Who? Blood beings. How nice to meet you."
The face of the specter is shady, but it almost looks like it's smiling warmly. The creature's voice is like a chilly wind blowing from eons past.
"How may I be of assistance? Oh my undead have been attacking you, haven't they?"
Why aren't you attacking me? The specter sighs, which is commendable for a creature that doesn't draw breath.
"Why on earth would I do that? Why do my undead keep attacking you despite my instructions? I wish I knew. Well, naturally it's what they were made for. But why do they continue even though their masters are long defeated?"
I don't know. An ethereal sigh emits once more from the specter.
"No one does. I'll wager that only necromancers have that kind of knowledge, and my undead need not go near necromancers.
Aha, so you admit you created the undead? The specter shakes its head.
No, I simply command them, or try to at least. It takes weeks to make them understand that they no longer need to attack blood beings, or that they need not construct the tower of their long-gone master. And immediately, when they see blood beings like you, they forget my instructions and revert back to the ancient instructions in their own minds.
Then where did the undead come from?
All around Avernum, from the remnants of necromancers' hosts, from ancient tombs and cursed battlements. I attract them here so that they may be safe and that they may learn. They need to learn so that they may survive.
Learn what?
That undead need not feast on the non-dead.
The specter shakes its unhead.
Undead have gotten a lot of bad publicity in the course of the last few centuries. I admit it's mostly because of all the chaos and mayhem we cause. But how many times have you heard of all the positive things the undead have brought to the living? Blood beings have such ancient hatred towards the undead, and old hates die hard.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
My name?
Another long-forgotten sigh echoes from the specter's ghastly mouth.
I cannot recall it. I do not even recall what I was before my own life. I wish I could say it's all a blur to me, but it's not even that. There is nothing before my own life. As to where I came from, I was reanimated by a standard necromancer who aspired to create a ton of undead so she could steal a small sugary provision from a small blood being or some such. I was a mere specter and therefore not privy to my mistress's ambitions. So when she was slain, only a token of her undead post remained. Most of my comrades chose to shamble off and cause what mayhem they still could. However, something in my long-neglected mind went snap. My mistress's commands began to fade away, and I started thinking after so long, and what I thought was this. Why?
Why what?
Why are we doing this? Why do we continue to wreak havoc even though our mistress is dead? Is there some kind of magical command printed in our mind commanding us to go forward despite our mistress's death? Well, it turns out there is. But for some reason I managed to break my command. Perhaps it was badly placed, or my unmind is exceptional in some way.
The specter shakes its head.
There are so many things I do not know, but when I realized I had command over myself once more, I tried to persuade my comrades to follow me.
How did that go?
Oh, poorly. My comrades attacked me. It could have had something to do with the hour-long speech I gave. Somehow that always stirs up the blood we once had. But I did not let that discourage me. I made a vow to make the world safer for undead who have lost their masters. Those poor souls do not know any better. I suppose the humans slaying them do not know any better either. No one has ever heard of the good things undead have created. It's always the massacre. Undead deserve peace as well.
Then how did these undead come to you?
They are minions who lost their master. I was more successful in making them follow me once I shortened my speech considerably. So our numbers grew. But for some reason, large amounts of undead roaming the lands attracts attention. We were attacked several times. However, I always managed to escape with a handful of my horde with me. After a number of needless slaughterings, I realized I need a base of operation. At that time, my horde was traveling through these lands. I set our course to these hills and found this dark cavern. Now that I had a base, I could finally put use to the skills my mistress gave me. You see, I was actually a mate inspector. My task was to build and maintain a calling device which our mistress used to call us when she wanted all of her minions nearby. With only slight modifications, I made the machine whole masterless undead to me.
You made a machine that attracts undead to Untitled Land? Isn't that a bit dangerous? The specter raises its finger as if ready to respond. Then he lowers the finger and moves the hand to brush what was once its chin.
Actually, now that I think about it, my undead have sometimes arrived with fresh blood on them. I didn't think of it much then, since I was happy to have more masterless undead. Oh dear, I think I'd better shut off the machine.
You do that. The specter exits the room for a split second. During the time it is gone, the faint humming that you barely notice disappears. The undead returns.
There we go. Undead should no longer feel urged to come here.
Once again, the specter sighs.
I should have settled away from civilization to begin with.
How long have you been here? The master of the caverns shrugs.
Time is meaningless to me. I haven't even been outside this cave for quite some time. I wouldn't know how the surroundings have changed. But when we first arrived here, the only settlement that existed here was a tiny wooden village. There were also a few scattered farmhouses here and there.
Undead haven't caused any good.
That is simply not true.
The specter sounds truly hurt.
Surely you've heard of the 1,000-tier Cathedral of Decacarboro? That cathedral was built using zombie labor, as it was once the headquarters of an evil necromancer. And the haste spell was originally developed by a lich when he was trying to make his animated corpses shamble more quickly. Also, if it weren't for the skeletal armies of the necromancer rotting cores, blood beings would have never discovered cakes.
Should I even ask about the cake thing?
We could discuss all eternity about the undead and their accomplishments. And as I recall, you blood beings don't have an eternity to spend.
The specter gestures at the bookshelves in the room.
But feel free to look at my books if you want to learn anything about undead.
How is it that you know about all this?
I have studied the achievements of undead carefully.
The spirit says with a touch of pride.
You learn a lot from a heart to ethereal ectoplasm conversation with a shade. I've been struggling to summarize all the accomplishments of undead in one large volume. Alas, it is still not complete. One of the constructors of the 1,000-tier cathedral actually exists in these caves.
There is a moment of silence.
Well, she used to at least. I'm not so sure now that you've arrived.
I have another question. The specter smiles at you. At least you think that's what it's doing. Sorry about killing all your undead minions. The specter waves its hand at you.
Oh, no need to apologize. I should be apologizing to you. Everything would have been fine if they would have just listened to my commands. But honestly, these fellows just aren't giving it their best effort. How many times must I instruct them not to claw out the innards of a newborn child? Dozens. And it still does not sink in.
Maybe we could piece the undead back together?
It does not work that way. For some reason, once a zombie is chopped to pieces, it can no longer be reanimated. Besides, even if it could be done, I would not possess the skill, and I doubt you do either.
It's back to the old drawing board with you, right? You do want to get another horde of undead, correct? The specter shakes its head sadly.
Why bother? I've tried to erase the necromantic commands of these undead for hundreds of blood-being generations.
The undead waves its hand around dramatically.
What have I accomplished? Nothing. Not a single loyal servant has risen from my toiling. Why do I do this? The undead can sense that I am unsure when I instruct them about the blood beings.
The creature lets out a bitter laugh.
I hardly know anything about blood beings myself. And how can I instruct my minions about something I do not know?
Then join us. You can safely study us if you wish.
An interesting proposal.
The specter hardly even considers your offer before it answers.
Yes, I will accompany you. I think it will be fascinating to travel once again. And with living, bleeding blood beings no less. I'm so thrilled. I think I might leak liquids if I still could. Allow me to just gather some scrolls and we'll go.
The specter joins your party. You find strange machinery of arcane and profoundly evil proportions. This very room is practically rubbing magic in your face, and without a doubt this machinery is responsible for the undead plague. You are standing by a panel that only has a simple switch. Currently it is in the down position. Leave the panel untouched. Cackling laughter booms all around you. The skeletons, which only a second ago laid very dead on the ground, rise to their feet and attack you. A cunning trap laid by brainless skeletons. You find a seemingly dead body lying on its stomach. In a cavern filled with walking dead, this is highly suspicious. Perhaps this is a zombie waiting to choke you once you get too close to it? To be outsmarted by a zombie is not your idea of a glorious death. What do? Cautiously poke the zombie. You prod the zombie from what you hope to be a safe distance. It does not move. You get closer and push the zombie over with your foot. Apparently the man lying here died quite recently. He is not yet undead, just dead. The several bandits in this cave grab their weapons in excitement. One of them actually goes.
R.
The rest start shouting things like,
For the golden gecko.
and
Leave no coin untouched.
one of them waves his spear in the air and shouts.
The spears. The spears.
The other bandits glare at him in annoyance before attacking you. You read the sign. Headbangers shall be rewarded. You step on a mosaic tile. It goes click. There is a soft, barely audible humming in the air. Other than that, nothing happens. You step on a mosaic tile. It goes click. There is a soft, barely audible humming in the air. Other than that, nothing happens. You step on a mosaic tile. It goes click. There is a soft, barely audible humming in the air. Other than that, nothing happens. You step on a mosaic tile. It goes click. There is a soft, barely audible humming in the air. Other than that, nothing happens. Something goes squeak all around you. You come to the conclusion that it must have been a rat. Soon your brilliant deduction is confirmed by the scuttling and the fact that large rats pour out of the cracks of the cave walls. These rats can appear anywhere. Anywhere. You read the sign. Drop your loot here. Complex machinery has been created in this part of the cave. Its purpose is unclear, however the control panel looks simple enough. There is simply a button labeled Commence on the panel. What does thou do? Push button. The power sources of the machinery appear to be faulty, or the machine itself is faulty. Who knows? At any rate, the power sources explode, sending shards of glass flying in your direction. It hurts. The process, however, did commence. A bottle has appeared in the middle of the ruined platform. You search the bookshelves. In terms of devastating new spells, you find nothing. There is, however, a parchment that catches your eye. That wandering sorcerer helped us create our very first magical machinery. Soon we will be able to construct trillions of our own, and I, Dubis, will be the first to build my own. The next sentence has been done in different handwriting. We buried Dubis's charred remains today. You place an ear to the door. Someone is having light conversation, possibly about the weather, on the other side of the door. If the sign on the wall is accurate, then that someone is the leader of the bandits. Your course of action is clear. You must storm through the door and self-righteously confront the wicked leader of the bandits. Rush in. You quickly run in to challenge the leader of the bandits. You strike dramatic poses. Unfortunately, when you open your mouth to speak, the bandit leader beats you to the punch.
Well, do-gooders.
The man rises from his chair. He is dressed in black silk and looks lean yet fit. He wears a ridiculous tricorner hat with a red feather. His very look is filled with mocking arrogance.
You shall be the first of your kind to taste the steel of buxom.
The leader unsheathes his blade.
Tell me, do you have any last words before we engage in melee?
We just killed our way through your underlings. Why do you think you stand a chance? The bandit leader laughs smugly.
Oh, please. The men you gutted were about as useless as a hat full of busted assholes.
That useless, huh?
Quite right. And now to illustrate my point by defeating you to the fullest extent of the word. The word I have in mind is defeat.
With that, he attacks. You read the sign. Note to self. A secret passage to your right. Before you step into town, the specter talks to you.
Ooh, exciting. A whole village of blood beings. I think it's best that I wait over there.
Points to the bushes.
These blood beings might attack me if they see me. I'll follow you again once you leave town.
I hope she's okay.
Ward says to himself, I found Rosemary, but she doesn't seem to like you much. Ward seems to only hear the first sentence.
You found her? Where is she? Is she okay? Was she horribly mutilated by a pack of ghouls?
You tell him about your tediously long quest.
I knew it. The outdoors are full of perils. And you say she now has several locations where she could get killed. Oh dearie me. But she must be on her way here, right?
You politely mention a reward of some sort. Ward is dumbstruck.
A reward? Did I mention a reward? I think not. Why? I thought you were only helping me out of concern for your fellow man. I don't really have anything.
Why are you still moaning here?
I still haven't seen Rosemary. Oh, what could keep her? Maybe it was the bears this time, or the giant wasp. Oh, I've heard some nasty things about those.
As a whole, this man doesn't seem to do anything. Raoul Inkton raises an eyebrow.
Yes?
The undead are officially not a problem anymore.
Oh, really? You found their lair. You didn't get yourselves killed, but actually defeated a horde of undead? Well, I'll take your word for it. After all, why would you lie?
Raoul Inkton breathes out heavily.
Thank the gods for that. I really hated having those undead around and not being able to do anything about them. You've earned a reward.
The captain hands you a small bag of copper coins. We killed the leader of the Lightning Gecko Bandit group.
Seriously?
Raoul Inkton tilts his head to one side.
Huh. Well, okay then. Good job, I guess. As I said, those bandits weren't very troublesome, but you still did a good job. I promised a reward, didn't I? One moment.
The captain searches his desk and pulls out a small bag, which you take.
It's some kind of standard reward for odd jobs and such.
After a short while of walking out of Scurftown, you notice you are being followed. It is the Spectre, ready to join you once more. Of course, if you wanted to, you could refuse its company. Allow the Spectre to join you. You did not hear a thing. You merely saw the shadow swoop over you. The figure was holding a sword with both hands. Before your reflexes had the time to kick your brain, you heard an
Act.
At this point, your head turned upward just in time to see a massive barbarian jump in front of the sun, sword raised. The sun glistened from the enormous warrior's sword. The sight was quite impressive. If only the show's finale had been equally impressive. The barbarian simply landed flat on his face only a few feet away from you.
By die gods, how can a distance fool me, Zoe?
Clothing appears to be unfamiliar to the mumbling barbarian. He is wearing some kind of a loincloth to cover his privates, but other than that, the only garments on him are his boots. At first sight, the barbarian seemed to be pure muscle. However, now that he is lying in front of you, you notice pockets of fat around his waist and limbs. Clearly, he is not as young as he used to be. Nonetheless, he staggers up quite effortlessly.
Act. That was embarrassing.
Ha! Your attack fell a little short, cursed bandit.
Act. You just made the same mistake I did. I'm not a bandit, and I assume you're not one either. Alright, I attacked you, but it was your own fault for wearing yellow. It just stirred up this disappointed warrior's blood.
I'm not wearing yellow. The big man gives you a long, inspecting stare.
Could it be that my bloodlust clouded my vision? Act. Cursed lightning gecko bandits. They even make me attack innocent peasants.
Hey, I'm not a peasant. I'm an adventurer.
You?
The mighty warrior's muscles ripple and jiggle as he laughs at your comment.
You are mere babies. To think you as an adventurer would be an insult to da word.
You'll show him. You'll show everyone one day. Who are the lightning gecko bandits?
Act. Mere babies with dull blades. They think they own these lands, but really they just have a hidden lair somewhere in haunted hills. They've caused much harm to da peasantry here, and I was hoping I could rid die lands of them. But arg.
The barbarian shouts at the sky.
Those hills are riddled with undead, and I really, really, really hate undead.
With a passion, it would seem. Kuno's eyes return to inspecting your party. They seem to linger longer than usual on the specter.
Act. What is wrong with der man in the back of your group? He is so unfocused.
Never you mind about that. It's just a pale complexion.
I suppose. It takes all kinds. Now is dear something else you vant?
The barbarian has lost interest in the specter. Who are you? The warrior pulls himself to his full height and hits his chest with his fist.
I am Kuno, der mighty barbarian. I roam die wild lands of Valorum and slay monsters and spit on der empire. They cannot take away my freedom.
What has disappointed you so? The warrior points his sword at the cavern entrance.
It's that miserable cave. I was hoping I could find ogres, or at least goblins, but what do I find? Rats. Hordes and hordes of rats.
Oh dear, could it be that a fellow adventurer has beaten you to your goal? Did you kill all the rats within?
No, I refuse to kill rats anymore. That is so beneath me. I've killed so many rats I can't even count that far anymore. Ugh, that cave was damp, dark, and boring. I had to descend forever down there. And after all that trouble, all I encounter is rats. I slew about a dozen of them and left. Those rats, they aren't threatening anybody. I'd rather slay lizards or something.
Well, I'm on a quest to destroy the rats.
Huh, that would be an appropriate task for you.
The barbarian could not sound more demeaning.
Killing rats is a perfect way to get some skills. Then you can work up to more dangerous foe. Who knows, maybe someday you'll be as powerful as I am today. Of course, come that day, I'll be twice as powerful as I am now.
Maybe you could help me slay the rats? The warrior gives you a quizzical look.
Oh, in what way?
Perchance you could train us in the way of the warrior.
Act, I'm no teacher, but I am greedy. If you can give me 500 gold, I will teach one of you to master your blade more efficiently. I call the skill blade mastery.
Very well. Pay 500 gold. Kuno the barbarian takes the money and reluctantly teaches you to master your blade. His teaching greatly improves your method of swinging any type of weapon. Once the training is complete, the barbarian grunts.
Now leave me be. I need to think where I'm going next.
Kuno needs not address you. So you got scared of a bunch of rats, huh?
Scared?
The barbarian growls menacingly.
You don't know what you are talking about. I am not scared of anything. I'm simply refused to kill rats anymore. Was this the point of it? I've killed so many already.
Is damp down there?
Ack, it's horrible. There's all sorts of plants growing down deer, and all sorts of night bugs inhabit the plants. Deer must be an underground river down deer somewhere. That would certainly explain die moisture.
Perhaps you'd like to join me?
Join you? To kill rats? I think not. Deer is not enough money in die world to make me go down deer again.
Fine. Your fat ass would probably only get stuck in the more tight areas. You receive a nasty scowl.
By die gods, if we were at a tavern, I'd have to cut you open for that insult. But since VE are out here, I'll let your words go unheard. This time.
The barbarian turns away from you. Ugh, that was a long and boring descent. Honestly, it served no purpose. But on the other hand, descents hardly ever do. Now it's over, at least, and a vast cavern opens in front of you. It is dank and dark. Ahead of you lie several splattered rat carcasses, and even further away you hear the squeaking. These caverns are littered with rats. And there you have it. The rats kept out of your sight at first, but once you wandered just a tiny bit further, they attacked. They started crawling out from tiny cracks and from the bushes. There is a lot of them, and not all are just regular giant rats. You may have indeed found the source of the rat problem. For boulders have been placed in this part of the cavern. It is obvious that someone moved them here. There is no way for boulders with identical shape and carving could appear naturally. The boulders look very old. They are almost entirely covered in moss, but you can still see their shape. You can only guess what purpose the boulders serve or served. Perhaps there was an ancient civilization here once. Runes are glowing in the middle of the boulders. At first you thought they were as ancient as the boulders, but then you realize that magic is still pulsing strongly from them. There is something odd about the runes, but you can't tell what at this distance. Now that you are really close to the runes, you realize what was so strange about them. Now, if you know your rune making and you don't, then runes are usually drawn into the ground. This can be done with some kind of paint or simply drawing into sand. Then the wizard utters the words of power and the rune is activated. This is how you think rune making works. Therefore, it is odd that these runes look like they've been drawn using the paw of a rat. The ancient door opens with an ominous creak. The room ahead of you is darker than the rest of the caverns. It is hard to make out what is going on in there. The huge boulder blocking your way does not help you one bit. However, you do catch a glimpse of rats. There's something off with them. Their fur is practically snow white. Their eyes glow red in the dark, and their squeaking is almost rhythmic. Did the rats just summon those mushrooms using magic? So, then how? How can rats cast spells? And are they casting a spell right now? You open the door and reveal more white rats. This time they are meddling with the arcane. A rat walks in a runic pattern on the cave floor. Then another rat squeaks rhythmically. A rune glows into life. A third, somewhat smaller rat approaches the rune. The two start to squeak. You notice other runes behind the rats. Magic is definitely pulsing from them. Then the rats notice you and nothing surprising happens. Another set of runes glow on the ground, and they too have been drawn by rat paws. So the rats can work magic. It would be a ridiculous claim had you not just seen it with your own eyes. You ponder in horror. If rats can cast spells, then what is preventing something like spiders from casting spells? Hopefully these creatures are merely freaks of nature. You study the runes more carefully. There is a pattern of sorts opening in front of your eyes, but you must study it more carefully in order to make any sense of it. Study the runes. Now the runes make sense. They are instructing you how to call beasts. You memorize every detail in the runes. Scruft does not know enough about magic. Lizalfos does not know enough about magic. Selkie does not know enough about magic. Jargo improves his knowledge in the Call Beast spell. Just when you thought this large cavern was free of rats, you hear something approaching. It is clearly not a regular giant rat. No, it is much larger. It is advancing. You can see its bright yellow eyes and hear its squeaks. Oh no, you have reached a large open cave with lots of the strange shriveled plants. The cave is also sprawling with more mobile life. Rats. There are many rats. Some might say there are rats aplenty. They squeak and begin to charge at you with great numbers. You're gonna have to hack and you're gonna have to slash your way through this gauntlet of rats. Another passage opens in front of you, but this is no ordinary passage. Precisely 8 levers accompany the rough cave floor. They make a tunnel leading towards a door. You've heard of situations like these. It is obvious that these levers must be pulled in the correct order for the door to open. Now, since there are 8 levers, there are only 40,320 different ways to pull the levers. You'd best hurry if you want the door open before your death. The rats don't seem too welcome to this part of the caves. Several rat bones lie in front of you. There is very little flesh on their tiny carcasses. It's as if something corrosive ate through them. You take one last look at the bloated corpse of the giant slug. Truly disgusting. If you would have defeated a powerful humanoid, you could loot its body and, if you're lucky, gain magical artifacts. It seems unfair that once this kind of beast is subdued, you gain nothing. So you walk to the carcass, plunge your arm into it, and pull out some kind of internal organ. You notice that it is still oozing something that is capable of eating away your glove. You wrap a bolt of cloth around it and place it in your pack. Now would you look at that? This door is completely useless. The ancient door hinges have rusted away and the door is basically leaning against the wall. You could simply push it down, but you might want to be prepared if this is what you plan on doing. You hear footsteps coming from behind the door, and they aren't the tiny scuttling of rat feet. Something larger. Push the door down. As soon as you touch the door, it creaks and topples backwards, hitting the ground with a crash. You are about to enter the room when you notice that there is already a man there. He is dressed in ragged garb and his unevenly bearded face is split by a nasty grin.
So you arrive at last.
The man is nearly 6 feet tall and looks very unkempt. He is still grinning, and you notice 2 mung rats by his either side. They are simply staring at you, their rodent eyes wary and hateful. The man speaks again.
Well, you made it this far, eh? Killed your way through dozens of the Caverns denizens, did you?
The man clicks his tongue as if scolding you.
You shouldn't have done that. I am very displeased and Attorosi will be furious. Yes, you have killed many of us. Perhaps I should end your life now.
Who is Attorosi?
He is the lord of this realm and the master of us all. He has been wronged. We've all been wronged by humans, and he will lead us all to dominion over the humans.
The man raises his hands dramatically. The man speaks again.
Too long have you plagued the land with your unnatural constructs and nature-warping magics. It is our time now. Tiny baby rats will soon feed upon your bodies. Your bowels will soon release themselves when the horror sets upon you.
What does the Pied Piper have to do with all this?
Ah, the Piper. You know of him. Unfortunately, you will never meet him. We will ensure that. Do not fool yourself into thinking that you can overpower us because you have slain so many of us.
The man laughs in a way only an evil man could laugh.
There is much worse to come. Attorosi has seen to that.
Us, you say? You're not a rat. The man's eyes flare up and his grin turns even nastier.
Oh, aren't I? Wahaha, ha ha ha, wahaha. An overly long laughing scene, in which you could have easily killed the laughing maniac. Frustrating, isn't it?
You gasp as the man's transformation is complete. He has turned himself into a black rat the size of a wolf. The creature briefly flexes its muscles before it lunges towards you. Suddenly, the scuttling of rats is louder than before. This lever seems to be stuck. You can't move it using sheer strength, and there's no way for you to fix it. A teeny tiny staircase descends deeper into the caves. Since you haven't located the Pied Piper or whoever is responsible for the rat plague in this level, you must descend deeper. Are you done exploring this level? Done and done. You descend the teeny tiny staircase. At first it is quite cramped, but the staircase soon gets larger and more easy to use. Soon the steps fade away and the staircase becomes nothing more than a slippery slope. After a minute's worth of descending, you reach the bottom. Whatever magical light source existed above you is absent in here. Still, you can make out shapes of buildings in the gloom, and hear the steps of tiny rat feet. Of all the buildings in this ancient, beautiful lost city, this one has remained mostly intact. The roof has caved in here and there, but it remains standing and the walls don't even have large cracks in them. It also seems that someone has used this building recently. There are items everywhere, and some of them don't look very old at all. You don't see anyone, but you get the feeling that you are being watched. A voice calls from behind you.
Hey, it's not very nice to take things from others. I should know.
You turn around quickly but see no one.
Psst.
The voice calls.
Down here.
You lower your gaze. At your feet walks a giant rat. It looks up to you and bobs its little head.
Sup? Don't bother putting that thing back. It's worthless anyway.
The rat walks past your foot and starts to wander around the items. The rat wanders around the building from barrel to table. It occasionally stops to sniff whatever it's facing. It looks like a regular giant rat. For one thing, it's brown and not white or green. It stops and points its rodent eyes at you.
Something on your mind, Chief?
Regular rats do not talk. You know that much. Usually rats also attack you, but this one has shown no sign of aggression. What are you? The creature blinks.
I'm a rat. That much should be obvious. You'd think you've seen plenty of my kind since you've made it this far into the OL death pit for humans.
The rat sniffs the air disinterestedly.
The name's Murik. This is my home. Well, I didn't build it. The previous owner of the house hasn't been alive for some time, I think.
I've never heard a rat talk before.
To be fair, not a lot of us would have anything interesting to say. It's basically just, piss off, let's eat, and let's mate.
Murik shrugs. At least you think that's what it did.
It's a nice life. You humans should try it.
A remorseful sigh emits from the small rat.
Would save us a lot of trouble if you would.
What do you mean, trouble? The rat shivers.
See for yourself. Descend some more. You'll see what I mean once you face one of many.
Who's one of many?
Spirit-born, plague of humans, Attorosi, vengeance made flesh. I think he spent the first few weeks of his existence just coming up with names that sound cool. He's a maniac. Wants to annihilate all humans. Even if he could succeed, I don't see the point. He's somehow attuned to magic, can do strange things. That's what makes him dangerous. But what's really frightening is that he acts like a hive mind for all rats. Just having him around makes all rats share their minds with him. It's disturbing. He sort of tolerates me, since I'm a rat. That's just fine by me.
What about the Pied Piper? Murik tilts its head.
Can't say I've heard of him. He's a human, right? Haven't seen any humans besides you in these caves.
You share your mind with him too? Murik shakes its head.
That's a negatory, Chief. I can think for myself.
The rat smirks.
The thanks for that belongs to Attorosi actually. When he merged his mind with all of us, he chose to let me have free will. I was supposed to be some kind of negotiator if we ever needed to negotiate with humans. I think I needed to have free will in case his thoughts were elsewhere, and I needed to do the thinking. The first thing I did as a free-thinking rat was run like hell from him. I don't want to be part of some animal uprising. There are others like me now. I've seen him, but they act all zombie-ish. I guess one of many learned from his mistakes.
I have another question. Murik cleans its whiskers.
Yeah? What now?
Is all this stuff yours?
Yeah, well, kinda.
The rat looks away bashfully.
I got all these items. Some of them I even found here, but the rest. I think you humans would call my actions illegal, but I just love to get stuff. You can't imagine how hard it is for me to drag a leather armor in here. I usually go for smaller things like rings, arrows, and even knives. You know, things that fit into my mouth. I don't really do anything with them, though. Take anything you like for all I care.
So you steal things.
Steal? That would be an alien concept for most rodents. For us, our valuable possessions are the ones we carry with us. And how many times have you seen a rat carry anything? All that other stuff is free for the taking. For us, if you can take it from someone, then that person didn't really want it.
You don't even need any of this?
I'm a rat. What would I do with them? I just take them for the, thrill of it. Besides, I got some eye for beauty, you know? I keep the stuff that I find aesthetically pleasing. I keep that stuff behind those 3 doors.
Murik sighs in disappointment.
There are some things that I can't get my paws on. It's especially frustrating when the item is in these caves.
Say, are you the one that stole Old Man Olson's price hog?
Olson, huh?
Murik ponders for a moment.
Is he a shorter human, scrawny figure, crooked back, big white beard?
No, Olson's almost 6 feet tall, well-built, and has shaved his hair and beard.
Then it wasn't his pig I stole. I actually should have figured that out since I'd hardly call the pig I swiped a price hog.
You've actually stolen a pig?
Well, I didn't grab it and carry it away, but you'd be surprised how easy it is to get a pig to follow you. Greedy bastards. Just mention the prospect of slop, and they'll follow you everywhere.
I have another question. Would you care to open the doors for me?
How do you suppose I do that? I can barely work the handle on those doors, let alone pick a lock. And trust me, I'm not carrying a key in my pants.
Murik doesn't have pants.
Nah, I got that stuff in there through cracks in the walls. Some of them are big enough for shields and such.
Why can't you get what you want?
I was searching the caves below. I don't go there much. Because of spirit-made flesh, you know? You gotta be really careful when sneaking near him. Anyways, I just saw something glitter in the dirt ahead of me. I scurried over to it when suddenly this massive claw thing smashed into the ground right in front of my nozzle. I looked up and saw this weird insect-like creature. I quickly turned around to get away from the cave, but two more of the things had appeared behind me. I tell ya, it was sheer luck that I made it out of there alive.
The rat seems to size you up for some reason.
Tell you what, those bugs don't seem so huge to you. You could go down there and get the glittering thing for me. It's no larger than my head. I'll even trade a special item of mine for it.
Sure, why not? It's not like I'm doing anything important right now.
Great. The insects probably aren't even that dangerous, so you should have no problems dealing with them. I'll be waiting here. Just remember that there's a reward.
I have another question. What can you tell me about the rats in these caves?
They're my kin.
Murik hops over your foot.
I'm not that concerned about their well-being, though. Death is ever present in the life of a rodent. I guess you've seen some of the weird rats we have here.
Murik snorts in disgust.
I tell ya, one of many is a hypocrite. He goes on and on about the nature-warping magics of humans. But what does he do to counter your magic? He imitates it. So now we got white rats, blue rats, red rats, gargantuan rats, and were-rats. It was better when it was green or brown.
What can you tell me about the white rats?
Attorosi created them after he created me. He calls them his favorite children. Somehow Attorosi got them to cast magic. I haven't talked to any of them, but they seem the most fanatic of them all. I reckon they're meant to be generals for the great rat army, and Attorosi's been giving some of them the ability to talk, too.
What can you tell me about the blue rats?
Vengeanceborn calls them slug rats. They're slow, and I mean really slow. It takes them minutes to walk to their foe, but when they do,
Murik shivers.
The power of those paws and claws is beyond natural. I've seen them bite through steel. Usually a red rat accompanies one blue rat.
What can you tell me about the red rats?
You're lucky if you see one of those attack you. Plague of Humans calls them cheetah rats. They can run up to you in a second and dodge most of your attacks. The only problem with them is that they don't bite that deep. I guess that's a design flaw on Attorosi's part. Usually a red rat is accompanied by a blue one.
What can you tell me about the gargantuan rats?
They only started appearing recently, so there aren't that many of them. They're bigger than normal giant rats and can take a lot more punishment. They also bite and claw much harder. Personally, I'd stay clear of them. They're big bullies.
What can you tell me about the were-rats? Murik turns away from you. His tiny rat lungs breathe in and out heavily.
I'd rather not talk about them. They freak me out. There's some kind of perverted fusion between a rat and a human. If that's not bad enough, they can control rats, just like one of many.
You dig through the pile of sacks. Most of them are empty. You do, however, find a completely ordinary silver ring. The only thing that separates it from other silver rings is its inscription. It says in tiny letters, "From Harriet to Tor." You step inside the building. Clearly, it was once a temple of sorts, at least based on the altar that lies in the middle of the building. You sense no energy, evil or good, coming from the altar. Like the rest of the city, it is dead. You have walked among the ruined buildings long enough to determine that they were not built by humans. Indeed, there is something very alien about the architecture. Of course, some might suggest that primitive humans built this city, but you remain confident that this is not the case. Just by looking at the altar, you can tell there's something off about it. Nevertheless, the altar, much like everything else in the city, provide no clues as to what happened to this ancient civilization. You gasp. You can see several tombstones in front of you. Obviously, this used to be a graveyard for the unknown ancient civilization. The tombstones have markings on them, but they are in runes you cannot comprehend. Your inspection is interrupted by rats, which is not that surprising. You take a moment to inspect the underground river. You may have seen it already, but now you're inspecting it. The cool water masses foam mercilessly through the underground cavern. Trying to swim to the other side would be suicide, which is why it's fortunate that there is a crossing point ahead of you. The bad news is that it's guarded by 2 red and 2 blue rats. This used to be a campsite. You can tell from the remains of a fire firewood, and a sleeping pad. None of it looks that old. But it's not like the tracks are fresh either. You confirm this by sticking your finger into the ashes. They are as cold as the rest of the cave. Who camped here? Was it the piper or someone else entirely? Buried under the leather sacks, you find a book. The cover is blank. You open it only to discover that rats have eaten almost every page. Almost. 1/2 of a page remains. It proves that someone else is in these caves. Humiliated me like that. Those ignorant oafs. I will have my revenge. These caves will be turned into a dungeon, laden with deadly traps and even deadlier beasts. I will sue. The rest of the page has been eaten. While the buildings on the other side of the river at least resembled buildings, this one does not. There are only a few walls still standing in the massive pile of rubble. Perhaps a cave quake hit the ancient city? Treading deeper into this cave could prove dangerous, and not just because it's infested with rats. You stare at the wall. There is writing on it, but the really surprising part is that you recognize the letters. The words don't make any sense, but nevertheless you can read the text. Sun moro kues kulki juax bisi. Perhaps this ancient writing would provide clues to who dwelled here. Alas, the profound message may be lost forever. This is a rather impressive natural formation. Possibly bottomless, you don't feel like checking right now. Gorge spreads itself ahead of you. Only a tiny walkway allows you passage to the other side. You are fortunate that it is there. Now that just puts the S in, oh shoot. The white rat escapes through the cracks it came from. You don't see any way for you to get across now. There aren't even suitable stalagmites hanging from the ceiling to attach a rope to. If things aren't bad enough, a curious rat crawls out of the cracks to mock you. You've finally found something that isn't lying crumbled on the cave floor. Statues, 4 of them. Their models have been humanoid, though their faces are entirely blank. Additionally, they don't seem to be wearing any clothes. However, no genitalia is visible. In front of one of the statues is an ancient helmet that seems to be glowing slightly and past that stand for portcullises. Only one of them is open. Alas, the dungeon continues. You must descend even deeper if you wish to confront the mastermind behind the rat plague. With a courageous heart, you stare into the void of the dark staircase. Shall you descend now? Yes.
Stop, murderer.
The white rat stares at you, its red eyes flaring with hatred.
So, you managed to get across the gorge. Why must your kind be so resourceful? You have gotten far, but your killing ends here.
More rats emerge from the darkness.
We will stop you, and then rat babies will feast on your remains. And even if you survive, you will surely die in these caves. Onwards, onwards into your destruction. You must live until you die.
You begin to point out that what the rat said made very little sense. However, the rats are no longer listening. They squeak in unison and attack. Many a rat bone accompanies the cave floor here. The rats are not even welcomed to all areas of their innermost caves. The inhospitable residents of the caves stare at you with cold insect eyes. They are massive. As tall as a human, they are. You've heard of these things. They are. Well, actually, you haven't heard of them. That doesn't stop them from attacking you. You spot a shiny item buried in the rubble. You dig in and find something you've never seen before. It's an item that seems to shine even when there's no light source nearby. It doesn't provide any real light. It simply glitters. The item is shaped like... Well, you can't really make your mind about that. You pocket the thing anyway. You do not want to get in the details of this thing. You have no idea what this thing is or what it does, assuming it does anything. Do you wish to ascend back to the Lost City? Why not? I brought you the shiny item.
Ooh, fantastic. Let's see it.
You kneel down and place the object in front of Murik. The rat bares its teeth, possibly because it is grinning. It's hard to tell with rats.
Nice. It just glows and glows. So what'll it be? The shield? Sword? Necklace?
I'll take the necklace.
Then that's what you'll get. Excuse me.
Murik squeezes into a tiny hole on a wall. A few seconds later you hear a click coming from one of the doors. Soon Murik reappears from the hole.
There you go. I removed the bar from the eastern door. Now if you'll excuse me.
Murik takes the shiny item between its jaws and disappears into another hole for a short while. rat skulks out of the shadows, a rat most foul. It is about the same size as a normal giant rat, but 'tis no ordinary rat. It has powerful muscles, and the stench it emits is so poisonous that a weaker man would have succumbed to it. Seriously, it's a foul rat. You stop and put a hand on your temple. Only a step before you felt fine, but now you feel like vomiting. It's as if your mind is being attacked. You can almost sense a hostile entity in your head. Something is tearing out horrible memories in your mind and waves them in front of your eyes. Oh no, they are unleashed. Sad dogs. Look how sad they are. Why won't they smile? The images fade away, but you can't forget how sad those dogs were. New. You quickly turn around. Something was moving behind you, you are certain of it. You heard a weird sliding noise. It was like someone was dragging a huge sack of. There it is again. You spin around quickly. There is no one there. Could this be the evil presence again that set the sad dogs on you? It never quite left your mind. You nervously take another step and...
Tim.
It is quiet again. You turn around very slowly. But once again, the caves are empty of everything. You wait for a while longer but hear nothing. You read the obelisk. The letters carved into this pylon are recognizable, but the words are incomprehensible. A single rage-filled word booms in your head.
Approach.
The tone that delivers the word is so commanding that your legs begin to move before you have the time to tell them to stop.
Stop.
Your legs stop moving, but this time you feel it was more because of your own free will instead of a command printed in your brain. Whatever hold the rat had over you is gone. You stare at the rat. It looks like the white rats, but naturally it is bigger. It stares at you with an intelligent gleam in its eyes and a burning hatred. Something about the rat stare makes you feel uncomfortable. It's like it's drilling into your mind and dropping your emotional pants. It opens its mouth and words pour out.
So, the destroyer is here.
The voice of the rat changes.
Unnatural. Kill. Harm.
The voice changes again.
Most impressed we are of your efforts. But your doom is the only outcome.
The voice changes.
To think of all the damage you've done. I should dispose of you right now.
What are you supposed to be?
Questions to appease the dim-witted. Have you not figured it out yet?
The voice changes.
Kill. Anger.
The voice changes.
We are every rat you have slain here. We have heard their suffering. We know their desires. We know what must be done to appease their spirits.
What is this place?
Some ancient civilization lived here. They too warped nature with their sickly ways, and in time their madness consumed them.
The voice changes.
Destroyed. Weak.
The voice changes.
They weren't powerful but primitive by your standards.
The voice changes.
Now this is our home, where we plot our revenge and raise an army of rats.
The voice changes.
To slaughter, to burn.
We have come to put an end to the malevolent plans at work here. The rat raises its head.
But there are no malevolent plans at work, only justice.
The voice changes.
We will punish humanity for its crimes. Your ways are wrong and perverted. We are only doing what nature wants.
The voice changes.
Understand that it is you who brought the destruction of humanity on yourself.
How are our ways wrong?
You destroy the forest to make room for your massive nests of stone and wood. You insult nature by warping it with your minds. You destroy other species for no reason.
The voice changes.
Quite frankly, you are dangerous. Dangerous to yourselves and other species. Certainly, you will eventually eradicate yourselves, but why must you take other species with you?
The voice changes.
We simply want to live according to nature in peace. Is that too much to ask?
But aren't humans as much a part of nature as rats?
No. You bend nature to your will by destroying it and warp the laws of nature with your magic. You are no longer a part of nature.
The voice changes.
We see you as a parasite, something that feeds off nature while it slowly destroys it. We have found a cure for you.
The voice changes.
Burn. Slash.
The voice changes.
Rats, on the other hand, live peacefully with nature. We may kill, but we never destroy.
So you plan to destroy humans in return?
Yes, it is what's best for nature. If your hand becomes infected with gangrene, would you not cut it off so that it does not pollute the rest of your body?
The voice changes.
We cure the world. We rid it of you. And we avenge dozens of species wiped out by you.
The voice changes.
Anger. Sadness.
The voice changes.
You destroy. That is all you do. You destroy those that annoy you and those that stand up to you. Even here you destroyed dozens of rats, never thinking that you might be in the wrong.
Have you ever considered that your way is wrong? The great white rat hesitates.
Sometimes, I ponder if humans are really that different from us. If they're children.
The voice changes.
There are no errors in our course. Our actions are justified. We work for the good of everyone. Your magic is hurting nature.
The voice changes.
No. Righteous.
The voice changes.
What is wrong is that you have been allowed to frolic on Earth with no natural predator. It proves that you are outside nature because you have no natural predators. Rats will become your predator.
Put the other guy back on. The one that could be reasoned with.
You pitiful creature. There is no one mind you are talking to. You are talking to the very essence of all rats.
The voice changes.
We are one. One is us. There is no individual. Our hatred is shared.
The voice changes.
Force. Unity.
The voice changes.
Please, do not try to understand how my mind works. Save yourself for our imminent battle.
A few seconds fly by and the rat opens its mouth again. You barely hear the whisper.
Help me.
Help you? The rat's eyes glow crimson.
We do not need your help. Our mind is one, and you will feel the fury of our revenge.
The rat begins to squeak its magic. You notice that rats are appearing everywhere. They come to the aid of their master. The master lets out a regretful whisper.
Sorry for what I've done.
The massive white rat draws its final breath. It lets out a scream that sounds like a million minds are screaming at once. The rats in the cave cower and flee. Then all is silent. Attorosi is dead. You have defeated the mastermind behind the rat plagues. Now the people of Untitled Land can walk freely on the roads again. It is time for you to claim your reward and move on to different adventures. The stench of rotting flesh hits your nostrils. You look to your left and spot a body on the floor. The man used to wear colorful clothes, the kind traveling entertainers wear. It's best not to go into gruesome detail about the body's state of decomposition. Suffice to say, the body is not exactly fresh. It did die violently, though. There is blood everywhere. The belly of the body has been clawed open, and if that didn't kill the man, his head has been bit open. In his arm, the dead man is clutching a penny whistle. This is the Pied Piper. Do you wish to ascend back to the surface level? Oh yeah. Suddenly, 3 humanoids jump out of the nearby bushes. It is Sneak accompanied by 2 thugs.
Well, well, well. You thought you could rip me off like that? Think again. Boys.
The men attack you. The 2 guards move their swords to block your entrance.
Halt.
States the one on the left.
None shall pass.
That's odd. No one used to guard this door before. Nonetheless, 2 guards are standing by the door, keeping you away from it. They utter phrases like,
Halt.
and
None shall pass.
with canny skill. This one looks to be the younger of the pair. He also seems to take the phrases more seriously. His name is Tim, which is revealed to you after a simple question. May we come in?
Absolutely not.
The guard chirps happily.
The mayor's office is closed for the day, quite possibly even for the week. The mayor's aide ordered us to stand around here no matter what.
The other guard cuts in.
We get a mighty bonus if we stand here 24 hours a day.
But we were here earlier. The mayor gave us a quest. Suddenly the guards look like they know you, or at least they've heard of you.
Oh, you're those people. Yes. Well, Mr. Fizzle was very clear about not letting you in.
The guard seems to be choking down laughter.
That is, not unless you've
Chortle.
finished your quest.
Since the mayor's aide said that, then there's no point in arguing. We have finished our quest. Tim seems baffled.
You have. As in, you killed some wizard who really was creating a plague of rats?
The guard scratches his head.
Gruff, did Fuzzle say what we should do if this happens?
Gruff nods.
He said not to let him in.
Tim brightens up.
Oh, get the hell out, peasantry. Well, what more do you want?
Why did you want to sell the sling anyway?
Because I really need the money. It was a good sling, too.
Tor rubs his temple.
My troubles only started a few days ago. Untitled Land's troubles have been going on for a while now. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but we have a slight problem with rats.
Really? Tor opens his mouth to speak, but just as he gets the first syllable out, the ceiling creaks and caves in. There is a loud crashing sound as stone and timber fall to the floor for several brief seconds. After the noise clears out, you make out several squeaks and the scuttling of tiny feet as the rats exit the building. Miraculously, both you and Tor remain unharmed, if a bit dusty. He gives you a look of complete dazzlement. How did that happen?
Beats the living hell out of me. Actually, I'm not that surprised. The rats have been acting weirdly lately, which leads me back to my problem. 2 days ago, a rat stole my ring.
A ring needs recovering, huh? Yep, this sounds like something an adventurer would do. Tor brushes the dust from his shirt and gives you a questioning look.
Hold on a minute here. You actually want to go searching for something as small as a ring? It could be anywhere.
We hope to simply conveniently come across it in our adventure. A finger is shaken in front of your face.
You, sir, are a Class A moron.
He sighs.
Though, I'd be a bigger moron if I refused help of any kind. Be my guest, search for the ring. It's a standard silver ring with an inscription on it. The inscription says, "From Harriet to Tor." It's that simple.
I have another question. Hey Tor, is this your ring? Tor blinks in astonishment for a few seconds. His face then forms a pained frown.
Great. Just damned great. Would you believe me if I told you I didn't think you'd find it?
The man sighs bitterly.
So I've been trying to get money quick. I went to that crazy collector guy and sold some of my stuff, including my lucky belt buckle, and that ass didn't even pay enough for that. On the plus side, I do have a wad of cash, so...
Tor stares at you for a while.
Here.
He hands you a bag of coins.
For the ring and all. Thank you.
Following this road, you would eventually find yourself in Yonder Lands. From what you've been told, Yonder Lands is somewhat larger than Untitled Land, and it is known for its skilled boat builders. Is it time for you to travel on and leave Untitled Land behind? Yes, my work here is done. Leave scenario. The trip to Yonder Lands is considerably longer than any trip you've made before. Not much happens on your way there. However, you walk with pride knowing what you've accomplished. You stopped a monster plague, an achievement worthy of an adventurer. Now it's time to move on to other tasks, preferably something that will earn you some money.